Hello. I think we are live. What is that? Is that my mic? There we go. That's slightly out of the way. Can everybody hear me? It's been a it's been a while. Let me do my everyone. To bidding begins. And let's see. The grub has graced us with his presence. Grub mode no more. I have the actual chair now, instead of a fold-up chair from the 70s that my dad gave me. We have an actual office chair. I can do stuff like I can do stuff like that, and sit and be comfortable with an actual cushion. And one, no, you may not bid on the chair. Let's see. We gotta copy this. Get this live stream link. Get it out to the masses. Go ahead and do that now. Do our @everyone. In general, @everyone. We're live! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! So I have a important announcement as we get started here, pertinent to the auction, and that is, it is about to be very, very hot. It is about to be ridiculously hot. Let me see. I'll pull up my phone and Potter's face at the temperatures, perhaps. It's going to be really hot. So I think I'm going to postpone shipping until I would get things out on Friday, but it's still going to be pretty hot. And then we've got the holiday weekend. So I'm thinking everything's probably going to go out next Monday. Thinking probably a lot of that going on here. I really should not just try to rush everything out tomorrow, because like 98 on Wednesday, that's insane. This is crazy for like 4 days. So just know that there's very likely that all the auction stuff will be delayed outbound until next week, Monday, most likely. So let me take a second to check in with everybody here who we've got. Lizard Beans, Cool Kid, Chronic Herb. I don't think I recognize you, Chronic Herb. King Campy, not the FBI. It says no, the FBI. Not the FBI, no, the FBI. Obent, Love with Scales. Chris Schneider's here as well. Autumn Leaves Exotics. Ty Brelo, Eight-Legged Hugs. Tennyson's here. All right. So yes, we're gonna get started here. We've got just kind of a smattering of stuff from all over the place. I kind of actually picked some stuff I haven't auctioned off before because it wasn't available, or I hurried over it or something, while I compete with Victor for everybody's precious hearing. So there's some things. There are some first time offering things just strewn about in all of this, and we're just gonna go through it. There's about roughly 60 items, or maybe 50, 60 items, and I have 9 slots at the end to kind of take suggestions. Anybody has anything that they really wanted to see, something, I'll take it into consideration. So can we do Taylor pickup? That might work depending on what it is. I'm going to have to call that one by ear because of the amount of time that's going to pass between the auction and Taylor. It might be okay, like some stuff like isopods, that'll probably be fine. How much for the dog? Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you request. All right, so without further ado, we're going to start with our first item today, and that is of the, I can't believe it's summer auction. We have 40 Aaron Vega, and I think TJ identified these, but it also might be a mix of species. what have you. TJ's not attending, so we'll have to bring that with TJ. But I think this is either one or two. I think most likely it's just down to one species of Aranavega species, Sahuarita Arizona. I'm going to say this might actually be maybe one of our least exciting things. I will come right out and say today, but it was on top of the pile, and we're just getting started. Oh yeah, so we have about 50 Roach crossing things, plus a couple. I'm going to take some suggestions, and then we have a couple of things from some friends who've been out collecting who would like to list some stuff to make back some bug collecting trip funds. So that will be that. KMS says, "Could I meet you in Ann Arbor? Might be possible. We'll play by ear on that. But also, if you went over $100 in things, you get free shipping. So anyone ever told you kind of look like Josh Peck, like Drake and Josh? I could see that. Probably the nose and the eyes." The lack of sleep under the eyes, the darkness might be part of that. Tiny oviparous feeder roaches today, not Germanica. Not that I can think of, but again, we're open to suggestions at the end of everything. So keep that in mind. So here's an X for the Aranavega. Yeah, I'm going to just... I was packing something else up that lives with these, and that's why I was like, well, we got to do at least one Aranavega. Let's put them out there. So that's why those are here. There are other things coming, other things down the pipeline. Also, a friendly reminder to like the stream. Like the stream, please. We've got 8 likes so far, and there's 55 people viewing. All right, here we go on the Aranavega. Going once. This is an easy species or mix of species. Going twice. Sold. To Love with Scales, an excellent deal on this group of Aranavega with a winning bid of 14. Love with Scales. Oh, and I have all kinds of space. Just go nice and leisurely. Aranavega genitalis. He seems to be Aranavega genitals. All right, we won't rest on our laurels here. We move on to, I don't think I've had these available at an auction before. I could be wrong. It's possible they were a couple of years ago. Maybe not. Maybe it would have been at a Bugapalooza. Anyways, we have a group of 12. Decaralampra fulgencioi. I finally think I got these guys figured out. Oh, and I have to do my little copy pastes here. We have all kinds of things today. A lot of isopods and millipedes, I should say. Let's see who won the last one. Love with Scales for 14. Okay, we get this next thing queued up. So Decaralampra fulgencioi, a very small rhabdoblatany that was described not too long ago, 2016. Decaralampra. OAI is just wrecking search engine ability to parse through things. 2017 was described less than a decade ago from the Philippines. I would have my suspicion that the holotype locality is the locality for our stock. I would have to double check with some people about that, though. Yeah, I don't know if it's probably named after somebody. Fulgencioi. Decaralampra has probably means something too. Let's see. Not seeing much here. Probably means pretty something. Pretty light, pretty lighted or something. All right, here's an X for the Decaralampra. Lots of leaf litter. Finding out that just having tons and tons of leaf litter available at all times, very helpful. Higher humidity for pretty much all Epilamprinae and Rhabdoblatany, which makes too much sense and is also one of those like, how do we not figure this out before? But anyways, we're here. We're here and we're living in the moment. We've got a lot of hopes going on in the chat for what you're looking to see, so we'll just have to wait and see as we go down the list. All right, going once on the Decra Lamprey. Going twice. Sold. Another win for Love with Scales with a winning bid of 26. Love with Scales, winning bid of 26. A good deal for these guys. Now, the problem with that chair is that I just want to recline in it like this. But that does put me like center of the shot as well. So I don't know. Wish there was a Bugapalooza for fish. Anybody know of anything? There's actually quite a few, like local aquarium groups will have fish auctions. Actually, there's a famous one in Detroit near me. I've never gone to. Perhaps the beach to be safe. But all right, somebody was asking about rainbow millipedes, false rainbows, etc. We have 10 a topochetus species tie, starting bid of $1. One of the species called the false rainbow millipedes. One of the species called that, and there's a whole bunch of other shenanigans going on with that. Aquarium clubs have great auctions. If I can figure out how to reliably ship fish, I might have some fish in the fall Bugapalooza. I just started working with a bunch of like extinct in the wild live bearers again, and this time the stock actually has locality information, which is just amazing. So possible if I can gain some confidence in how to ship fish, that some of those might be going up in the fall. So we'll see. Nearest I've seen was a fishmonger's auction. Not quite the same thing. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for that photo. I have a friend who bred the true rainbow millipedes, but she checked on them, and a lot of her babies have disappeared. I'm wondering what the deal was with that. And I'm also thinking that the next time I see some of those wild caughts come in, I'm going to have to get a group and throw my hat in the ring. So, all right, here's an X for the Atopochetus species tie. I see that we've had quite a bit of interest in these, and I'm going to have to jump stacks to get us to something different too. Spread our interests around here a bit. Just put the fish in a well padded envelope. Folk King Christ 666. So edgy. Says what kind of live bearers. I'm going to I'll go into that in a second here. All right, going once on the species tie. Going twice. Sold. To It's a Breeze with a winning bid of 76. It's a Breeze. I think that's a pretty good deal here. These are also F2 or F3 captive bred. Yep, It's a Breeze for 76. By yours truly, original stock from our favorite little bear guy, Alan. All right, some pods. We have a group of 20 Armadillidium Depressum Magic Potion, starting bid of $1. These are the Depressum, the depressed isopod strain that somebody started calling Magic Potion. So, not Vulgari. Keep that very important to note. Full King, what kind of live bearers? So I got Amicus splendens, Xenotoca doadrioi. Both of those I've worked with before, and they're pretty easy for me. Zoogoneticus tequila split fins, which I only got one pair of those. Limia perugi, and I had a pair, and the male died, and then the female is still alive, and then the breeder gave me a bunch of fry from his tank because he was getting out of them, I guess. So we'll see how those actually end up doing. And then Xenotoca leonzi. So those are the 5 that I got, and we're just going to see how they do. Kyle, do you know anything about those green troglodilo isos? I may know a couple of things about those. Crazy how colorful millipedes can gas you out, and Americanus maybe most of the time it's just gray flat backs. Oh, here's an X for the depressum. That's the thing. Is that looks like depressum, but that's gonna be a hard. It's definitely not a true Vulgari magic potion, but like, is that depressum? It looks smoother than Vulgari, maybe. But horrifying having to figure out these things. All right, going once on the depressum magic potion. Going twice. Sold. Two. Looks like Little Toad 11, but let's see. It's another two. It's a breeze with a winning bid of 31, right before the sold to It's a Breeze. Also realizing this is a good auction to have before I have to run my AC nonstop for a couple of days. You have to turn off all the lights, all the bugs, turn on the AC so I don't waste power on dumb things. All right, another Roach. We have a group of... My eyes are really dry, too. Again, we have the return of the dry eyes. All right, 30 Dorelia Orani, starting bid of $1. These guys have not been in the auction for a hot minute. In an auction while the my colony was rebounding. I think it's maybe been a year and a half, 2 years, but they're back. They're back and stronger than ever. Eric Matthews, which potion I get with Venom? That is my Americana Venoms come with Vulgari Magic Potion, the pure Vulgari Magic Potion. It's not a bastard strain called American Magic Potion or Japanese Magic Potion or this or that. They're just straight Magic Potion. So there's no American strain. It's literally just called Magic Potion. Nothing else. If you get something called American this or Japanese or this or that, then it is most likely bastardized stock. What should they be marketed as? Literally just Magic Potion. My website page has a good breakdown of this. And also pictures and details as to why I can speak as an authority on this topic. All right. Here's an X for the Dorelia Orani for everybody. I think TJ said he hasn't been able to breed this species. He's curious. They're doing pretty well for me once I pull them out of a little spiral. They're very happy little dudes. Kyle beginning the potion rant again. It's a tale as old as time. I've been doing it for 5 years now. The first Roach Wiggle was in 2021, I think. All right, going once on the Orani. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 40. Phil D. Phil has made his presence known, which means it is game over for some other people. Now, here's something. I have no idea what to call these. Any of the more millipede-inclined people who have a finger on the pulse, let me know. But these were not labeled very well at the expo. If 15 Diplo, what's the group that all flat millipedes belong to? I don't want to go through the security check on INET. Kylognatha. Oh, this is so difficult. Some spirobolids. Why? Flat millipede. Okay, it just takes me to... There's the flat back millipedes, polydesmids. I assume they're all polydesmids. 15 Polydesmidae species. Orange. Dragon starting bid of $1. So these came in orange flatback millipede. These came in 2 months ago. With just whatever. I wonder if I can find anything. They came in 2 months ago with whatever recent imported millipedes, and they're like Anthropomorpha or those other orthomorphas. Again, I'm assuming they're coming from like Thailand, but like that's you can't. Oh, it's not Polydesmidae. I gotta change that. I'm just gonna put it to Diplopoda. Edit. Can't to taxonomy. I'm gonna have to look this up, but they're orange and black flats. It's not polydesmids, apparently. I'm gonna have to just go to diplopods and see what group these things fall under. Oh, there's a lot of species in Southeast Asia. See if I can find anything that looks remotely similar. But basically, they look like a big, like orthomorpha, like the black and yellow, but instead of yellow, the yellow is orange. And they've been breeding very well for me just with the standard, like, Southeast Asian flat millipede setup. Like, I keep Anthropomorpha and whatnot in. I can't find any pictures of them, so who knows where they're actually from. And again, trying to find what they look like. I'm maybe Underground Reptiles might have a picture on their imports or something. Perhaps. But yeah, so they're interesting. They're easy. They get about the same size, a little smaller than Anthropomorpha. Thank you, Photo Gallery did it. I'm gonna put in at everyone and say this. Shoot, the Photo Gallery. There we go. It was like you deleted it right when I was about to put the thing. I was like, no, it's those guys. No beer tonight, Kyle. Black and yellow, black and yellow. I'm very amused by these comments. Time for me to nag about screen sharing. Again, not very helpful in this situation where I don't even know what I'm looking at. But it's this. Whatever this entity is, that's it. And there's 15 of them, and they're about like 5+ millimeters long. They're doing well in just like leaf litter and whatnot, like well-rotted leaf litter. So here's an X for those. Yeah, a lot of my tropical flats are doing well. I need to get that one orthomorpha again because I failed with them before, and I think that was probably because I had all males or like they were not in the best health when I received them. But all right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Blatto Beans with a winning bid of $150. All right. And why did I even put this? 15 black and orange millipedes. I guess they would be a good candidate to be called like Halloween millipedes or something, but we really need a like ID. So congrats, Blatto Beans. A great bid to start off with. And I'm realizing it's getting dark and I don't have supplemental lighting in here. I have to go get my bedroom light again. And so Reptipets has arrived. No auction is safe now. I didn't even see Reptipets was there. Beautiful. Blatto really wanted them. Not the end of our millipedes. Again, I've got some more millipedes to go here. Next up, we have a roach I know I haven't put up before. We have 15 Ancaudelia ceratissima, starting bid of $1. I don't think these have a common name, and I don't really have much more to say about them other than it's typical Penestionic hair, and they've been pretty easy for me. But I think TJ lost his, or TJ lost his gold wings. I can't remember. He brought up when he was here. Which also, everybody, TJ coming over was lovely. We had a lovely time. Like best friends. I don't know. You sometimes you meet somebody and you just like automatically hit it off with them. It was just exactly like that. We went out and tried to catch snakes. You got to see some snapping turtles and herps and stuff, and had a great time seeing the little circus finale. Good time hanging out with all the guys. Just a great time all around that everybody helped to facilitate. So thank you all for that. How much indenture search did you have? Like I think half of one day, but he was so good at it. It was like, wow, this is like, if I just had somebody who could be like this 24/7, 365, my life would be so much easier. So like the little gears are turning up here. Anyways, so I don't, does TJ even have a picture of these? Let me see. If anybody's going to have it, it's going to be TJ. Oh, there's something on his blog from months ago. Is that it? No, that's Saljania. Oh, I have to go through the list. And Caudelia ceratissima. That's Panastia. That's more Panastia. Does he even actually... Okay, this seems to be it. It's not much to write home about aesthetically. Thank you, photo gallery. You did yeoman's work before I had a chance to. Anyways, let's put an X here. Again, this is the thing with these roaches. It's like with Parkablata, where you get into some obscure localities or species complex type things, and it's like one of us has a picture of one of them. Kyle just described the marriage 24/7, 365. But instead of marriage, a diligent and capable and intelligent employee. So just as valuable from some perspectives. I like that they got little horns. I didn't even notice the little horns. Yeah, I guess they do. Yeah, they do got some little bumps in their pronota. That's interesting. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Two Glock roaches with a winning bid of 46. We're going to just put you down as Glock. Yeah, doing back workout. Aaron, that's a hilarious comment in the Discord. Bro's been doing back workouts. I didn't realize how ripped the and Caudelia looks. Winning bid of 46 to Glock roaches. That's so funny. Okay, now they went off a different side of the pile. We're going to save that for a little later for funsies, actually. All right, we have what I was looking into the container for. We have 12 Venezillo Arizonicus Sahuarita Arizona starting bid of $1. Get stuff like this while you can. They may end up, they're definitely going to split up the North American Venezillos and whatnot. Looks like pretty soon. And there was a little discussion at some point about perhaps even listing some of them as threatened or endangered species, which I don't necessarily agree with some of them. So we'll see what happens. Kyle job applications opening when, says test subject. Good question. Lizard Bean says, I would work for bugs. TJ kind of worked for bugs. Charlie Bug says, easy answer, marry TJ. That's some debaucherous thinking. You're thinking, you know, there are easier ways to get access to somebody's labor than straight up marry. Cool Kids says, bring out the forward flies, you coward. You're thinking of TJ's massive fruit fly cup full of forward flies from couple of weeks ago that he was raising for some lab or something. Laura, oh hey Laura, says hey Kyle, about time more isopod people popped up here, and just in time for some Venezillo to be listed. Eric Matthews says happy ending. Ants killed all my Blatta orientalis. Colony recovered from ooths. But Kyle, consider the tax benefits. Oh, had enough on my hands with one of those situations. Still have that on my hands with one of those situations, unfortunately. But all right, here's an X for the Arizona Kiss. Oh wait, that's the one that I literally just put aside. I can start stacking the deck though. Oh yeah, this is some good stuff here. We're gonna do just like that. All right, with that, I have our next stack all prepped up, lined up here, all kinds of goodies on the horizon. Okay, going once on the Venezillo Arizona Kiss. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 42 to Stanko. Winning bid of 42. Congrats. 42 to Stanko. Saurus. My eyes are still dry. There's no fan. There's one open window. It's the middle of summer, and my eyes are still dry somehow. Okay, put that aside. All right, moving on. We have a group of 30. I really like these guys. Armadillidium flavoscutatum, starting bid of $1. These are really weird armadillidiums. I wonder if they should be their own subgenus or maybe not even the genus Armadillidium. They're so weird. Peter sent me the link. Love the Arizona Kiss. The ones I got 2 years ago are finally doing well. Yeah, it seems to be semi-dry conditions and high air humidity. I actually have them with the Aeronavega species from Sahuarita too, and they do pretty well. Although I keep telling myself I should split them into their own enclosure, but whatever. Eric Matthews says, Blatta orientalis, all caps, are free in my neighborhood. Where don't they live? Troglodylo, jade dwarfs to be specific. And also, I'm wondering if I should go out and get my get a light. They also do not appear to be terribly promiscuous. At the Venezillos. Maybe I'll wait a little bit for the light. Photo gallery has a nice picture of some flavoscutatums. Here's an X. They are very cool. They get pretty big. They get pretty big for an armadillidium. They like dryness or at least well ventilated conditions. When I had them in lower ventilated conditions, they did not want to reproduce at all. So I would give them good ventilation. They did exceptional all winter, so maybe even dry. Am I being summoned by somebody? All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. We got a couple people tied up here, and it's getting sweaty. I feel like the temperature's going up. It is Love with Scales. We have to go based on what my screen says. Love with Scales with a winning bid of 56 to Love with Scales. Love with Scales becoming a major player in this particular auction, it would seem. Let's go on to our next thing, which is another Roach. It's Roach time, everybody, and the one of those ones that I butcher every time I try to say it, and somebody told me and I didn't remember. 20 Eucharidia Linglong Guizhou, China, starting bid of $1. Linglongs. So I'm going to run my mouth counter to TJ here and bring up that TJ has been adamant that Eucharidia need a diapause, a cold diapause, and we go back and forth on this. And so, well, if you have mixed size nymphs, it helps to synchronize them and yada yada. Maybe it's not necessary, but from a practical perspective, it is. Blah blah blah. Once I put all of my other Eucharidia species, other than Linglong, into lower vent setups, which is higher humidity, I started getting adults very soon after. I think that a lot of Eucharidia are from monsoon climates, and much like Thuria, bumps in air humidity cause them to mature, and seeing a cold diapause over the winter, it's not the cold, it might be the dryness of winter and then the natural rise in humidity over the summer that causes them to eclose, and then it just looks like they're corresponding with the temperature when it's actually moisture. My Linglong have never been cooled or anything like that, and I always have they always do well in that high vent setup, and I think it's simply because Linglong is a drier liking species. They may not be from as monsoonal of a climate as some of the other ones like Westwood Eye and Enia and whatnot. So did I put the win with? Yeah, I put level scales. All right, so here's the little toad. That meme of an image. Here's an X for the Linglongs. So again, they've done very well for me since I think it's been 4 years now. No diapause, no nothing. Just medium faunarium, just doing their thing. Meanwhile, I bumped Westwood Eye and Enia, and was it CF Forceps, I think? All into low vent setups, and they had all the adults basically started emerging all at once. Somebody said I knew Phil would come. All right, here we go. Wrapping up the Linglong bids. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Loriola Stan with a winning bid of 111. So I'm just going to write Loriola on here. Loriola, as I misspell it. Loriola Stan with the group of 20. With a winning bid of 111. Loriola Stan, your first win at this auction. Congrats. Going up against giants such as Phil D. At least a giant. Okay, next up we have a group of 20 Armadillidium vulgare Japanese Dalmatian, starting bid of $1. This is pure stock from Brandon Maines, who had kept it isolated since it was imported. I think he said he received it around 2018 or 2019, which checks out with when it came in, when the stock entered the United States. Chris Dice says, "Remember, put the name with the win." Isles says, "Agreed. Kept mine dry up top, the humid bottom with high humidity past months due to the season. And I have so many adults now." And Thuria will do that too. And you can trick them into doing it in like the middle of winter when it's really dry also. Lil Toe says, "Your Linglong have never been cold." Nope, not even once. Love with scales. I don't have any bug money after that once I got off you. Everybody finds time and money for bug money with proper motivation. Do you have to lease Linglong from China like pandas? Oh, I forgot that there was weird stuff with that. Not to my knowledge. Here's an X. So that is a good picture showing the sort of more diminutive body shape and more flecky tinier Dalmatian spots on the Japanese Dalmatians. Some of them do have quite a bit of yellow on them. They just don't get like big globs of it like the magic potions do. They'll still have like some of them will have a lot of really nice freckles all over the body, and they'll have a very strong yellow appearance. But if you look at it closely, it's not the same as like huge blobs of that. And I keep almost getting the gumption to want to cross the two and see if I can make what I can do. See if what traits I can blend and make something different from either of the parent strains, but I fear that I will cause damage on a societal level doing that. I am being summoned by kitties, but I cannot. I'm busy, you little guys. Oh, if I do it, that one is going to come in here. He's going to jump all over the place. He's going to Venezuela Maya tonight. That's a very funny thing that you've said there, KMS. All right, wrapping up for the Japanese Dalmatians. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Paco E6 with a winning bid of 35. To Paco E6, winning bid of 35. And I know when I go out in the hallway, I'm going to be swarmed when I go get that light, which I need to get because it's getting dark. So let me put an item up and I'll go do that. We have the quote unquote poor man's Eucharidia. We have 200 plus. Pacifica, Oahu, Hawaii, starting bid of $1. While I go scurry and get a light. Where's the thing for that? There we go. That's better. Can we bid on the lamp next? No, I need that for my cozy vibes before I go to bed. You can create the American Magic Potion that way. Hilarious. And add to the confusion even more. Here's an X for the Pacifica. Eric Matthews says, still have my E-Pacifica, thanks. Really, once you get them, it's very hard to get rid of them. Like they're pretty tenacious. It's weird to think I almost killed them that once, and even by almost killed them, it went from being down to maybe like 1,000 to like 100 or something, which is not a big deal for them. Okay, going once, going twice, sold. Dark Phil, do you concede your bid to solutionist nonsense? I'm going to control R. It could have been Stankosaurus, but the point is, I don't think Dark Phil would like to continue with that bid standing. All right, solutionist nonsense with a winning bid of 60 to Soul Non, winning bid of 60. Yeah, they're very beautiful in person. The lighting is definitely not the best in those pictures, but they're also very small. Very small. All right, how do I spell this? Okay, we have a group of 5 nymphs of Turpilia rostrata, starting bid of $1. This is a very easy parthenogenetic Florida endemic katydid. I think it's Florida endemic. Turpilia rostrata. Let's see. This is showing it's also found maybe in Mexico too. I don't know how to read that necessarily. Found in North America. It might be safe to say that it's a Florida endemic. Are these katydids? Yes, they are. They are katydids. The adult size is up to 2 inches, I think. And this, I want to say this species, but I think it might be just this line is parthenogenetic, so you don't need males. You can also feed them kale and romaine lettuce. Like they don't need any special host plant or anything like that. They just need a little bit more care because they don't want dried, rotted food. They want fresh kale and fresh romaine lettuce. But you can raise them on just that and breed them on that too. Here is an X for Turpilia rostrata. Captive bred nymphs. I should, but maybe don't have to add. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 40. To Chris S. Chris Sniper emerges. I have some news from Mr. Chris S. actually in a moment that I will bring up when I list these. We have a group of 10 adult Pacnoda sinuata flaviventris Firebelly, starting bid of $1. Who's saying I don't snipe anymore, says Chris. What was I saying? Oh, my neighbor down the street who got rid of her chickens because it was too much work for her or something. She's let me use the very secure and very nice run and coop that they had to put some of the Florida chickens into to get them to set on some eggs and hatch them naturally so I don't have to do any work. So I've got one rooster and 2 hens down there right now getting ready to hopefully have some chicks in about a month. So it's exciting. Also not a lot of work for me, which is also very exciting to not have to work but have fun things. So that's the news. That's that news. The non-bug news. All right. Here's an X. Is that my Instagram post? I'll do a screenshot of it. Oh, it's the one where I flip the container. What do you mean I can't pause it in screen cap? There we go. I'm going to steal my own content. There we go. Perfect. So instead of having yellow bellies, they have orangish red bellies, hence the fire belly. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 70. Phil D. There you are, Phil D. Again. Okay, these are nifty. I don't know if this is really the genus, but Venezuela species Castle Black 12, starting bid of $1. These have been very slow. They like to stay burrowed. Although now that the air humidity is higher, they've actually been coming up, and I realize I have more than I thought I did, but still not a crazy number. But these are pretty nifty. I like them. I think I might like them more than definitely more than Panda Kings. There's just something different about their colors. And I do so well with white duckies. I don't want to trash talk white duckies, but they're pretty close. They're pretty close to that. There's something different about them. You have to see them in person to understand it. They don't look the same. They don't look like you think. You should get a llama. Maybe one day. Cool kid, maybe one day. Jay Stever says, what kind of chickens are they? They are wild land race chickens from Key Largo, collected as eggs behind the Publix in a nest that a hen had not started incubating yet, laid in the crook of a tree. And they actually survived our Florida trip in 2021, and then Samson hatched them out and then gave them back to me, and I have had them since. I think the only other person who has them is Mr. Chris Snyder, actually. Bastard chickens. So I love them. They're very self-sufficient. I want to have a mess of them as time goes on. Gotta have a whole mess. All right, here's an X for the Castle Black. Kind of looks like Swiper from Dora the Explorer there, the mask, the little bandit mask. It's like perfectly positioned over the eye clusters on that image. He's kind of like he's creeping out from behind like the sphagnum moss there, like from behind a bush, you know. He's ready to swipe your heart. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 66. To Phil D. All right. What's next on the list? The pile grows ever so slightly smaller. We have 15 a Topochetus species. Oh, no, not species. Spinny Margot. Starting bid of $1. If the species ties are the false rainbow millipede, maybe these are the false rainbow millipede. String Bean is interested in the chickens. I hope to produce them regularly as a component of the future farm. I would hope to have a reliable flock of 20 to 30 of them resident, and would hope to be able to offer eggs and or chicks yearly of the Floridas. They go broody easily, but they lay a good number of eggs. The eggs are small, but they're, again, we keep the inputs low. So if they're eating mostly vegetation and whatnot to create the eggs, it basically turns into free food. And if they're the Spinny Margos are captive breds to WTD, if you're asking about that. The chickens are also captive bred now. Yeah, so the fact they have very good potential as free rangers. They have good alerts to danger. They're very alert and fast, and they're able to fly and whatnot. So they have good desirable qualities for people wanting to do more free range operations where large chickens are at a disadvantage, perhaps. But yeah, Spinning Margos, they are captive bred. What else was I say about the Floridas? I have to select to keep the color diversity up. I could see the inbreeding has already reduced some of the visible colors. So I'm hoping this next generation, I paired the cock that was differently colored than all the other ones I remember when I had more of them, with the hens, and then I'll use the other rooster next time. And I will try to keep the greatest diversity of colors and whatnot in the chicks and try to preserve that moving forward. All right, here's an X for the Spinamargos. I don't think I have anything asking about captive bred, other than the stuff that's going up later for friends. I think everything I have is captive bred by yours truly. I'm pretty sure I don't have anything wild caught today. Um, yeah, everything should be captive bred, and I think everything for several generations here too. So you got that. All right, going once on the Spinamargos. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner, which is coming down the wire. I think it's Ardentiella Stan. Oh, it's Ardentiella oniscomorpha Stan. Ardentiella. Yeah, with a winning bid of 90 to Ardentiella. We're going to just call you Ardent. With a winning bid of 90. All right, easier to write down. Less syllables. Okay, here we have 40 Cubaris Murina Ice, starting bid of $1, which is tangy and mamey and papaya all crossed together and then selected for the light papaya-y individuals. So it seems to me that these are probably double homozygous recessive. They are very neat. They are unique from papayas. They're lighter. I like them. They get a thumbs up from me personally. Big fan of papayas as well. But are they stable? What's the difference with glaciers? Glaciers seems to be a whiteout mutation in Murina. This, which is a simple recessive mutation, and these ones seem to be double homozygous, so they are orange, and then whatever trait papaya actually is that you could call across multiple isopod taxa, maybe hypomelanistic. It might be, some people might call it albino, but there seems to be this trait that causes a lighter body color and then reddish eyes, and that's what papaya is, which is different from orange, which is the orange body color and orangish or red eyes. Anyway, so it's a combination of those two traits, it would seem. And they are very stable, very consistent. They prove out they have not thrown anything weird, which I was surprised at. All right, here's an X for the ice. Florida chooks are great for free ranging. One most free rangers, they lay an egg intermediate between a medium chicken and a large bantam egg. They vacuum up insects. They also gladly free roost at night if you don't have them well trained to the coop. Chris, have you been doing more free ranging with them? Have they been doing well? Cool Kid says papayas breed like hotcakes. Yeah, I mean all Murina pretty much breed like hotcakes. But Austin, don't you have things to take care of? Oh, is Austin back here? I don't see Austin commenting. Anyways, all right, going once on the ice. Going twice. Sold. Ooh, could be Phil D, could be Stankosaurus. I love leaning back. I love this, and it doesn't make any sound. And it is Phil D with a winning bid of 66 to Phil D. Winning bid of 66. Also, I don't think that's not Gillianus in that picture. I think pretty sure that it might be a Spinosus on top of a Gillianus, or it might be just Spinosus. As I toss the cup directly at the floor at high speed. All right, we have 20 plus, because it's probably eggs and little babies and whatnot. Desmosites planata, starting bid of $1. The purple dragon millipede, I hate these common names, etc. Here's our group of Desmosites. They're doing very well for me. Once more, they're back. Willaberry says, I'm from Florida. Always lock them up before dark. Yeah, Michigan has its fair share of predators. I think most of our main predators are the same, actually. There's coyotes, um, raccoons, foxes of all types, domestic dogs. Actually, there might be more predators in the north. Bobcats down south too. Michigan now has multiple confirmed, I think, multiple dennings, definitely confirmed sightings of mountain lions, at least in the Upper Peninsula. Some people are talking about them being in the Upper Lower Peninsula. Yeah, Michigan might actually have more random predators, all kinds of aerial predators, Cooper's hawks, red-tailed hawks, great horned owls. So Florida, you do have the Florida Panthers, but that's like mostly the Everglades, right? All right, here is an X for the Planata. Oh, my eyes are so dry, guys. I don't have any good eye drops. I've never actually had any problems with possums and skunks with my birds. They've never done anything. Fortunately, there is a fox in the neighborhood now. Actually, I will go into that in a second. All right, going once, going twice, sold to I Am Bald with a winning bid of 91. We're just going to put you down as bald on your cup. Winning bid of 91 to Bald. Congratulations, I Am Bald, on your win on the Desmosites Planata, which are also bald, hilariously. Okay, we had, y'all are lucky I'm driving home from Tinley. Kyle Bald. Oh, he just wanted to say a dog pull over bald somewhere we can't see. Anyone else find Planata grow fast? All right, I'm reading the Discord now. I gotta stop that. I'm encouraging you guys. Here's 15 Porcellio expansus white Alan Jones line, starting bid of $1, as it was foretold in the sacred Instagram scrolls. I posted this earlier today as I was packing these up. Chris says I'll have to catch up with you later this week. Colin, results have been mixed. I agree with Willowberry. That's why I was cautioning against roosting trees if you're not particular about training them to the coops. Jay Stevens says we just have coyotes, hawks, crackheads, and bobcats around here. The wild crackhead getting into the coop. I saw it when TJ was here. TJ saw it too. There was a fox that was just hanging out in like the neighbor's front yard, and I've actually never seen a red fox. I've seen domestic. Funny, I've seen two domesticated red foxes. I've only seen one wild red fox, and it was just cruising around my neighbor's front yard. It was out in the broad daylight, etc. And I'm told that now it's sort of hanging around about a quarter mile, half mile down the road that way. So I'm a little like, I have the dogs, so it's, but they're not out 24/7, but they'll let me know if something's up in the yard, but still it's just interesting. It popped up and I'd never seen it. I'd never seen one before. All right, here's an X for the expansus whites. From Allen's line. Beautiful picture there. That picture of Allen's, they seem to have less creamy color to them. Might be a diet thing, though, but it is the same stock. Bill Toad says, let me live. Alan has been quite the social butterfly at Tinley. Actually, Exotic Wilderness was there. Stella's was there. Kim was there. A bunch of people were there socializing. So that's fun. I love that for you all. I hope you guys had a good time at Tinley. And I'd like to hear about people who went to Tinley, what bugs you may have acquired in the chat. Let me know if there was any cool bug there, as we say. All right, going once on the expansus white. Don't forget to refresh your streams and your Discords. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Toad 11 with a winning bid of 97. Lil Toad 11, 97. Oh, and Lil Toad, that was your first win at this auction. Congratulations. And that brings us through that stack that I had set aside there. We're going to do fun stuff in a second here. Get out your wallets, everybody. We've got some real fun things. We're gonna do a mini high rollers auction here in a second. We're gonna go through this stack, and then we're gonna go through five high rollers style things. High roller style auction. There's no label on this. It's a 50 count, Kyle. You absolute buffoon. Kyle, you're a fool. Okay. Talking over the snarling fiends, we have 50 Theria Bernhardt Eye, starting bid of $1. It's the Domino Cockroach, not Pettivariana. They are labeled as Bernhardt Eye. We have actual Pettivariana cooking right now. Who knows how long it will take, but. Lord Taylor says, no yawning. It's only 9 o'clock. We've only been at this for an hour. I might actually get to sleep at a reasonable time tonight and get up and use my 4 days of no obligations to actually get work and stuff done. While it's 100 degrees outside, I guess I'll be stuck inside. Maybe that's how it's meant to be. So tragic that I'm like 3 states away. I'd love to go to those events, says Charlie Bug. Poop Roach is next, says Cool Kid. Tone Huang says, stay up till 4 a.m., you say. I will pass on that. I'm getting too old for that lifestyle outside of Paloozas. All right, here's an X for the Bernhardt tie. And it's so, goodness me, I do believe I'm getting the vapors. Getting a little toasty in here. I'm tempted to turn on the fan, but I'm wondering if that will interfere with my voice too much or background sound. All right, going once on the Bernhardt tie. Somebody was looking for Theria earlier, I think. Here's a good opportunity to get some. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D. Phil D beating out Dark Phil. The winning bid of 77. Phil D, don't you have enough Theria yet? 77 to Phil D. He cannot be satiated. I'm going to turn on the fan and just see what happens. Let me know if there's a significant decline in the quality of my voice or something. Let's see. Significant decline. Although my eyes are going to get drier. I'm not going to be able to see you guys. Unfortunately. So long, farewell. All right. 20 Filipino Dillo species Cordova. Starting bid of $1. These are pretty hefty roly-polies. I like them. It's unfortunate that they kind of grow out of their coloration, but you know what? I think I might work on changing that. I think I might be starting a selective breeding project with the Filipino Dillo species Cordovas to try and retain some of that beautiful, youthful coloration. Is Kyle getting a good haircut and beard trim a canon event? Not even once. Tone says, you're still a spry 40 years old. Your knees barely crack. Oh, I got all kinds of other things cracking, though. Oh, first that shoulder blade issue I had back in the beginning of June. And then now I got like a lower back issue from being all out of balance from the shoulder blade issue. And, I'm a mess. I need to be just folded up, crumpled up, and thrown in a trash can and taken out later and uncrumpled to have data extracted from me and then smashed with a steamroller. And that'll fix everything. Christy Kitching says, I need bug people near me so I have someone to do some light traps with me over the summer. Willa Berry says, welcome to the Club 44. I predict the Kyle medical bills auction in the future. Just like every auction, basically, though, when you have insurance premiums to pay. Let's be honest. All right, here's an X for the Filipino Dillos, which were very expensive 2 years ago, everybody. They are probably still listed for very high prices on miscellaneous websites. I like them. I like them. They're neat. They're big. They are a very large roly-poly. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Ooh, could be Willaberry. Willaberry throwing their 44-year-old hide into the game. Solution. Oh, no, it's Love with Scales. Love with Scales with a winning bid of 35. Love Schwit the Scales. We haven't even gotten to our little mini high rollers auction. That's going to be fun in a couple items. Where was I at? We will save you guys for after that fit and start. Okay, 30 Armadillidium Granulatum Magic Potion starting bid of $1. Not Vulgari, but a Granulatum Magic Potion line. Any chance for Croatian Giants? Save that and recommend it at the end of things because I'm going to do that. Oh, look, you can see the little dongle up there. You see the little dongle going on over there. Right there. We'll bring that up at the end when I open things up for requests because I would like to get just a couple extra things packed up if I got them. Can we bid on the dongle? No, because then I can't turn that light on and off. But maybe when I move and I leave this house to whomever, I can auction the dongle. How many species of magic potion lights are there? My sentiments exactly, my friend. I appreciate the heads up on the upcoming section. I was elbow deep in bird feces and couldn't type. We've all been there. I'm sure we can all relate. We've all been there. You need some Filipino Dillo Bumble Bicol Kyle. I'm gonna have to see what those are. Here's an X for the magic potion granulatum. Let's see what this is. Oh, wait, I think I might have those actually. I might have those Filipino Dillos. I have one from Austin. No, it was a species maculatum from somewhere. Can't remember, but apparently I am going to need those eventually. The balloons fall when you pull that dongle. I wish. All right, going once on the granulatum magic potion. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 81. Phil D is just really trying to clean up here today. 81 to Phil D. Again, a commanding and ever commanding when she fill in my D, you guys are something else. This is a all ages family styled chat, everybody. At least I guess the live stream is. Maybe not elsewhere. All right. You guys, you made me mad. I'm mad now because that's a beautiful meme. You've made me mad because I've been listing groups of 40 Hoika for a couple of months now, trying to share the love of the Peruanas, putting them out there, and the interest has dwindled. And I'm pretty sure Ugg Fine is the only person who's been getting the Peruanas from me. the last couple times, and a few times I think only when the price was dropped. So that's it. I'm cutting you all off. No more 40 Oika Peruana for some arbitrary period of time. They're off the table. Here's your last chance. You're gonna have to grovel and beg and resort to subterfuge if you desire them. Somebody tagged Doug Fine. That's funny. Oh, that would be very nice of you, Icepod Source. I should ask. I should get a couple of things from you. Although at the same time, I'm coming up on a point with my isopods where it's been roughly 2 years since I've done a major husbandry event, like dumping out enclosures and refreshing the soil, like from the bottom up. Like I've been layering up for like years in a couple of them. And it just so happens that many of them are converging on it. So it's all going to happen at once if I don't want to crash colonies. So this August, September, early October might end up being, I probably should hold off on really rampantly acquiring new isopods until I get all of that stuff done and backlogged enough as it is. Although I'm trying not to get any new bugs. People keep bringing and finding new bugs. And it's like, well, I'm not going to say no to this. I only got any more chances. All right, here's the X for the Peruana. Your last chance for some time. Are you filling it now, Mr. Krabs? Says Alan. Eric says, when is the auction expected to end? I don't know. Whenever it does. Tennyson says, so you're hoarding them is what you mean? King Campy says, I got a bunch of them from you, Kyle, and 2 have turned into adults so far. Lost a few nymphs, but the majority seem happy, maybe? The P. Peruana. Yeah, just don't let them get too wet or like super moist this time of year with the air humidity. They don't like that necessarily. I'll find about to get like 10 notifications. Isopods ... Scaber. All right, going once on the Peruana. Going twice. Sold. What all the dogs are barking at? 2 AMs 613 with a winning bid of 94. AMs 613. I might actually see what the dogs are barking at because that sounds a little more serious. I may put something up. 94 to AMs. Oh, Victor's howling. That usually means they're not sure of my position relative to them, so he's howling to try and he's assuming I'm further away than I actually am, and he's trying to summon me. Okay, so while I check the dogs, we're going to do 5 para Bacillus Hesperus, starting bid of $1. Super duper, even easier than anything I could have imagined. Stick bug that eats lettuce and cat. What do they call that? Pet grass. Eats just regular grass. Is smuggler. Is around. He'll also testify to how ridiculously easy these guys are. They take it like bone dry too. So I'm gonna go check the dogs and maybe get a little bit of something to whet the whistle, and should probably plug my phone in while it's dying. And by plug my phone, I mean use the magnetic charger thing. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, ain't nothing was up and weird out there. Kyle made me rehouse these when I was changed to his basement. So every one of them has been touched by yours truly. There you go. They're special. They've got TJ juices on them from his hand pores. They've been blessed by TJ. Christy Kitching says the guest draw I got from you that you did a dirt change on recently doing so good. They were the only ones not affected by the mass casualty event I had because of my bug room overheating. Tell all please, is there a video of the bug room? I did a somewhere on this channel. There's I think 8-9 months ago I did a bug room tour type thing, so you can pull that up. All right, going once on the Hesperus, going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper, who really wants those TJ juices on his bugs. Chris Sniper, I don't know how to write anymore, apparently. Anointed by TJ, winning bid of 65. The legend, I'm trying to get TJ to come back out here, but he's busy. He got stuff to do. But I'm working on it. We're gonna try to steal him, maybe even permanently at some point. What's this? We have 40 Armadillidium Versicolor X Klugii, starting bid of $1. We have the Twisted Clowns. You want to know how I got these pods? As the famous it was the Dark Knight Rises with Heath Ledger, Heathcliff. You want to know how I got these pods, as they say? Bill Toad says I have 7 species of centipedes in like all my pods in my room. Tone Huang says, does TJ get his own cage, or are you putting him in with the roaches? That is yet to be determined. He actually slept on the couch when he was here and was smothered in El Gatos. Alan says make him come to October Tinley, but that might be coinciding with Bugapalooza, which we'll have to see. I gotta start looking at Bugapalooza dates again. It's only been 2 months. And theoretically, it's what, 4 more months until the Palooza. I guess it's technically 3. We're almost there. I think I'm gonna do another fall Palooza this year. How could I not? But we'll see. Wait, I was not wrapping up bids. We're all good. So, question, Kyle, with as big of a bug room as you have, how often do you find roach escapees? It depends on how poorly I do when separating stuff for orders or for feeding off things to other things. It's not all that common, but if something does get out, then it's like, okay, this is a problem and I have to deal with it. So, currently there are some millipedes escaped in the basement, but fortunately they're large and dry tolerant, so I will be able to round them up gradually over time pretty well, I hope. Okay, going once on the Twisted Clowns. They're a lot prettier in person, by the way. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 42, outbidding himself. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 42. Now here's our last item before we. Oh yeah, you guys are definitely going to need your paper towel and stuff changed. Probably like tomorrow, maybe. Let's do 7 old adult female Ellipterina Levi got a starting bid of $1. So the idea here is these females are like probably 6+ months old. It seems all of them are carrying ooths, but you're gonna get them and you're gonna take good care of them, and you're just gonna wait for a baby dump. That's the strategy here. You just gotta wait for a baby dump, and that's kind of what it is. They may live even longer. They may live a substantial amount of time if they go to their perfect forever loving home. But basically, this is just you're going to hope for about 100+ babies is kind of the idea here. So we'll put an X here for that. There might also be like 1 or 2 males that I tossed in here too, just in case too much sperm has been taken out of their sperm realms, so you have fresh reserve, So, but just so you all know, that's kind of the goal here is you're expecting babies. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Taranchi with a winning bid of 20. To Taranchi. Taranchi taking the old ladies, the old maids. And hopefully getting a good big old crop of babies out of them. You may surprise me with excellent care. They may live a very long time afterwards. Okay, what do we have here? We have our mini high rollers auction here with these 5 things. I am excited to see where this goes. First up, we have 30+ tiny Anthropomorpha uncinata pink, starting bid of $1. TJ took a video or a reel of these for Instagram while he was here, and apparently it exploded. It blew up. So these are tiny, but you should be able to get a good number of these. They're like wrapped up in a matrix of paper towel with all their leaf litter and stuff in the middle of it. TJ says I've had such mixed results with this species with Elliptorina levigata. Really? Anyways, but yes, these are actually between when TJ was here and now the ones that I had him separate out actually had a bunch of babies. So these are the babies of the ones from TJ's reel right here, and only in what was that, like June 4th ish that you were here? So like 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, it's almost been 4 weeks. In about 3.5 weeks, they had a bunch of babies. So there they are. Here's an X for these guys. I think I got Anthropomorpha and Sonata husbandry. I think I got it down pat. I think I got these guys completely figured out. Now I just need to keep getting the different color forms that keep getting brought in as different species or whatever, and just get them all going in different containers. Because right now I have the pink and the yellow isolated, although the yellows are still producing pinks, although maybe not this generation. Anyways, but the pinks are isolated. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To TJ. TJ jumped in. Oh, wait, no, it's Blatto Beans. Nope, it's Blatto Beans with a winning bid of 101. Blatto Beans, you beat TJ. Holy crap. 101 to Blatto Beans. That's bodacious. TJ, I bet you feel a little salty about that. A little salty. Such a steal. All right. It wouldn't be a summer auction if we didn't have some of these guys. The babies I helped produce, stolen from me. It wouldn't be a summer auction without these guys, because it's when they do the best for me. We have a group of 12. Pseudoglomerus magnifica, Kuk Fuong, starting bid of $1. The magnificent emerald roaches, starter colony, $1. Vladimir says, I have something for you. Don't you worry. You don't worry. Here we go. Charlie says, just completed my Chaos Rising Master Set in Pokemon TCG Live. Let's go luck of the Kyle auction. Laura Taylor says, wait, TJ didn't get any Good deals while visiting. Oh, TJ did get some very nice thing while he was here, that's for sure. But there were no babies because we had just moved those millipedes out of the container where they weren't doing well into a fresh container, which they are doing well in. So that's why. Those millipedes will also be making an appearance on another friend's Instagram in a couple of months, hopefully. So we'll see. I love seeing the vigor. I love seeing this the brawl, the pugnaciousness, the belligerence at arms. All right, here's an X. Even the dogs are goading you on. Here's an X for the Magnifica. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 2. I'm control R-ing. To Love with Scales with a winning bid of 300. Love with Scales. Really adding to your Magnifica collection. Winning bid of 300. They are lovely fellows and worth it. Which reminds me, I need to shake down TJ for the bronzes, the Kunming coppers. I need to shake TJ down. When you have some TJ, I want to try those again. And if King Campy's here, my golds seem to be on a good boom. So the dozen I need to get you might be coming sooner than later, but we'll have to keep in touch about that. All right, we have 10 Anadenobolus arboreus El Yunque, Puerto Rico, starting bid of $1. And these are the pink and red Anadenobolus. And as we found out from some boots on the ground in Puerto Rico, the different populations do have some overlaps in the colors that they produce. So you can find some more pinkish, reddish ones in the Gunlaki subspecies as well, which is from, what was this? It's not from El Yunque. So I don't know if these are technically considered actually Gunlaki or not. I think it's weird because of that color stuff, but in general, these produce that pinkish, reddish coloration. But they're much larger, and they seem to be different than our hobby reds. Let me find a picture. El Yunque. Here's a good picture. So it seems like a lot of these colorations are very highly like there's highly localized. There's pockets where certain traits are more common than in other pockets of them. Oh, and my Modestior actually had babies. I just found out today when I lifted the container and looked at the bottom. My Anadenobolus Modestior did, but I don't have enough to share just yet. Not yet. Random commenter man says, "Hey, Kyle just dropped in to say hi. The megaloblatta are getting bigger." Well, that's good. Laura Taylor says, "Be safe and have a great time. Get out of here so we can get cool stuff." T says, "I wasn't even supposed to be attending this auction. I have a party to go to, but my ride is late. I'll send you some coppers next time they breed." Yes, thank you, TJ. I'll give them another go, and maybe just be patient like I am with the golds. All right, here is an X for these Anadenobolus. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two. I'm control R-ing. I think it's Reptipet's dad. But we'll see. It is. It's Reptipet's dad with a winning bid of 151. Reptipet's Dad. I used Reptipets. 151. Little Toad's so close. You were right there. Alas. Okay. This is like a 10 plus 1. I'm gonna rewrite this to 10 on the container, but there should be 11, and there's something super silly in here too. We have 10 Cubaris species crabby, starting bid of $1. I emptied out my old container that I had housed these in with some millipedes, and I picked out. I didn't think there would be any crabbies left, but apparently there were still babies that grew up in there. So this group of 11, might even be 12, but I'm putting it down as 10. Was doing well and growing in there, and I ditched all the substrate. It was like, well, I picked all the crabbies out of it. It's all good. And then when I put the crabbies into their cup here, I noticed another isopod in with them. And I remembered that I had actually put my L'Oreola durians in that container too. So there's like maybe 1 or 2 L'Oreola durians in here as well. But I threw out the substrate and I didn't sterilize it. So it's just gone. I forgot that I didn't label it or anything because I didn't think they bred and I didn't think they were going to. And so what do you know? I shot myself in the foot. It happens. So they're not adult crabbies. They're maybe 12, 1 centimeter to 12 millimeters ish. So thank you, Blado Beans, for your imagery. I do like the crabbies. I do like them quite a bit. Nobody say a single thing. I'm wondering, did somebody slip in something somewhere? All right, here's an X for the crabbies. And again, you get 1 durian L'Oreola in here too. I don't think it's mature enough to have mated. I really am so upset that I did that, but testament that I need to. There's some protocols I need to tighten up on, especially when it comes to getting new isopods and labeling which other random bins I toss them into. So, anyways, L'Oreolas aren't really. Are they still around in the U.S.? Really? Not really. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Two. That's close. I think it's Little Toad for quite a bit. Little Toad 11 with a winning bid of $410 to Little Toad 11. Winning bid of $410. Our highest, Little Toad. I bet you are. You got an endorphin rush going on right now. And also captive bred by yours truly. Passively though, because I just tossed them in that millipede enclosure and they had some. Lizard Meat says my durians are doing very well. That's great. Pull up. You throw out your durians. Yes, I threw them all out. There could have only just been that one in there. I think that's unlikely though. So what can you do? But anyways, moving on. Let's see. We have another of our high rollery mini auction type things here. We have 6 Armadillo Gillianus. Is it 2 L's? Let's see. Is it 2 or is it just 1 L? People are listing it with 2 L's, but oh well. 6. I think I might have actually packed 8, but I'm only listing 6. Again, it's just in case something kicks the bucket while in the temporary setup. 6 Armadillo Gillianus, starting bid of $1, captive produced by yours truly. Seems to be a high air humidity, medium moisture type of species. I'm still struggling to really get good results out of spinosis anymore. It's been maybe 4 years, 3-4 years since I've gotten good consistency out of spinosis. The Gillianus, however, are doing much better, and I think I'm going to move some spinosis out of the big. Oh God, I just need to keep them alive for like another couple months enclosure into the Gillianus style setup and see what happens. Actually, maybe I should do that. I should do a similar setup with if I get Loriolas again. Maybe I'll try a similar setup. So, oh my Lord, the insanity going on here. All right, here's an X because I don't think anybody's going to challenge bladder beans. I'm pressing X to doubt that anybody will challenge bladder beans. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Toad 11 for $650. $650 to Lil Toad 11. $650 Lil Toad 11. You got to double check and make sure that there's again, I'm pretty sure that there's actually 8 in here, but I'm only for certain listing as the 6, but I might have to go through and just add a couple just because of that giant win there for $650. Sheesh. To Lil Toad 11. The bartender's going to have to ask you to slow down, buddy. Bro, my eye twitched when you bid this. I was going to fight for them. Well, that was the end of the high roller section of things. We still got plenty of good stuff here. I should start separating out some end game type material, but we're gonna cool off a little bit. Or cool off a little bit with something a little more plebeian, I guess. 20 Troglodilo species sunset starting bid of $1. Take a deep breath, everybody. Take a deep breath. It's over. It's over for now. Little Toad 11 isn't real. He can't hurt you. Someone outbeans the bladdo. I like that phrase. Gluttony pods, says Willaberry. Now I need to get the Spinosa's going, but isn't there a third suit armadillo? Anybody remember? Isn't there a third one that was going around? Because Spinosa's popped up first, and there's Julianus. Is there I could have swore there was a third one. Elegans, Holguinensis. Maybe that's it. Holguinensis. Anybody remember what it was? Lizard beans. I already got them last time. I didn't want to drop another 900. Third was Alejandroi or something. Assoi. I'm going to read off Wikipedia what the different suit armadillo species are. Oh, but it was from Cuba. Carinulatus is from Cuba. Gillianus. I could have sworn it was Holguinensis. Nanus, Spinosis, Vansicoli. I'm pretty sure it was Vansicoli. Let's see. I really want to say it was Vansicoli. The fact that there are some pictures of them in captivity seems to support that Vansicoli is the last of the 3 species I'm imagining. So I'm curious if those ever pop up. Asotus, they were lost. Vansicoli, Assoi, my bad. Do people still have... Third was Alejandri or something. We lost them because that's what we do. So does anybody have Vansicoli currently? Is my question. Here's an X for the sunsets while everybody's cooling off. I'm not the only one who was feeling the vapors. Anybody hearing the fan? Are we all good? We all good with that? Tiberius says, Kyle, if someone walked up to you and wanted to buy every bug from you that you're willing to put up for sale, what price are you naming? I think I would probably... I would sell my whole collection with the caveat of taking some small colonies from some things, probably for $1 million. I think I would. I think I that's my gut reaction, and that's actually with all the supplies and all the gear and all that stuff. Maybe that's selling things a little bit too inexpensively, but yeah, maybe $1 million. Well, it says I'm seeing flashing lights. Maybe $2 million. The thing with money is when you have enough, you have enough, and more doesn't make your life any significantly better, and if anything, it makes it worse. So that's where it's like, would that be enough for me to just f off and be okay? You know, is the question. Dude, 1 mil is not enough. You got to pay taxes on it. All right. How much do I have to ask them for my net profit to end up being $1 million? Would it be like 2 million or something like that? When you have enough, you have enough. As Elon becomes the first trillionaire. All right, going once on the sunsets. Going twice. Sold. To Willaberry. Winning bid of 70 to Willaberry. 44-year-olds can win auctions too, apparently. Willaberry's winning bid of 70. Willaberry. And I think that's your first win at an auction, a Roach Crossing auction ever, so congrats. We have, here's something special. This is from Catch Connolly's. Making and design. Catch seems to have some really neat projects coming out. We have 30 Porcelio Levis albino starting bid of $1, and these are neat. They've got a yellowish body and red eyes. They're not whiteouts. They're not leucistics. They're something different, and he's calling the line albino. Kyle's already a millionaire the same way Elon is a trillionaire. What does that mean? After taxes, 1.4 million, I'd say. So yeah, 1.5 million. But wait. But here's the thing. If I'm asking that much, and I would wanna, there's got to be enough for me where I could just set it up and have everything that I needed and just forget about it. And then I would want to pay back to the bug people and some people that I love. So I think I should probably go for like 2 million maybe. And then like everything that's over $1 million, I would just sort of put in a little fund to like the boys with an eye fund kind of thing. 1 million surprisingly low. I value my stock around 120K, and I've only been doing this for a couple of years. Yeah, I may not be thinking too clearly about this, but here's the thing. I think I value my experience and my wisdom more than the stock itself. That's the other thing. I am an asset in this situation too, which is why I feel with just the stuff without the guy who knows how to run it, it's worth maybe perceived as significantly less. I love how I spent almost $500 on babies of a species I already have. All right, here's an X for Catches albinos. If you like Levis, and not necessarily dairy cows, but like Levis North American stuff proper, get these. They're very cool. I really like them. There's not really any other pods I can think of that have this sort of look, this nice awkward yellow and then the red eyes, and it's a Levis, so you know. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To, I think it's Paco Issei, so I'm going to start writing and I'll just cross it out if I'm a fool. Oh, fireworks. That's what the dogs are barking at. It is to Paco Issei with a winning bid of 40. Paco Issei, congratulations on a nifty Levis Friday. I'm going to do Mr. Phil D a favor right now, actually. And Mr. Phil D has asked me to put up an item. So we're going to take a quick second before I forget about it. Phil D. So Phil, no bidding on this. 50 nymphs. Where is this? 50 nymphs of Peru Phasma Schultia. I forgot we're going to have more explosions as we get closer to the 4th. All right, 40 nymphs of Peru Phasma Schultii, starting bid of $1. This is a Phil D item. You need to discuss shipping costs, TOS lag, etc. with Phil D. Please get in touch with them to confirm final details and payment for your order. So Phil D is going to recoup some costs from spending so much with a quick little auction bit. Chris Nair says Eli is a trillion but doesn't have a trillion cash. Same with you and 1 million. Exactly, but if somebody offered me 1 million cash, that's the thing. Random comment says live comfortable for the rest of your life, support your family, and share the wealth sightly. 3 to 4 million. That's not possible. I mean, I don't want to. The sky's the limit, but like that seems so unreasonable to just be able to chill. It seems ridiculous. Tybrila says, "Oh yeah, Kyle is wise." Oh, and Laura Taylor says, "What is this age thing you speak of? Accept the children. You must accept the Gen X2." Random commenter says they're stock without the knowledge. Although, that was just asking for just the bugs. That's the thing. What about the brand? The brand of Roach Crossing is an entirely different asset and whatnot. So I need to think about these things differently from now on, I think. Or at least I need to feel it more than just the feel it in my bones less than just the thoughts floating around. Millionaires probably get to own all the glamorous. Says Frenetic Toad. Typulus says any non-pest beetles up for auction henceforth? I believe so, at least one. Welcome to capitalism. How much to buy Kyle to take care of the bugs? You don't want me for that. I can't do that for somebody else because I'll be too pugnacious. I'll keep thinking I can do it better or find a different way to do it, and that would be atrocious. All right, here's an X for the Peru Phasma. Honeysuckle, Salal, Honeysuckle, Privet. They'll take Oak 2. Hear me out. You branch out, take the names Beetle Crossing, Fly Crossing, and Mayfly Crossing. Start a Megapoly. I spent $700. Answer my Gillianus question, yo. Where is your question? I can't see it. Can you repost it? You can move into Junkai's basement too. Oh no, I would rather not do that. I don't want to have to be Kai's manted slave. I'm not about that life. How big are they? The ones that you have won are about 7 millimeters ish long. They're about third instar. All right, going once on the Peru Phasma. Going twice and ignoring the fireworks. Sold. Two, looks like Chris Sniper. Let's see. Refreshing. It's Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 115. All right, there you go. Tell me I'm not still a sniper. He said defiantly. All right, I gotta get the last items stuff. We're down to like the last 20-ish Roach Crossing things here. Actually, see what you've done. You've angered the beast. All right, 30, and this is a little treasure because Armadillidium Versicolor Polska starting bid of $1 because after the isopod craze and everybody goes, we loved our Spanish Percelio and then we loved our Armadillidium and now we love our Cubaris and everything gets loved until it doesn't and then it dies out and then nobody can have it anymore. We have some pure Polska, believed to be pure. These are from Tennyson. Was able to track down somebody who seemed to still have a pure colony of Versicolor Polska. I would really like to get the Ukraine versicolor again. I lost those. It seems everybody else has, but they seem to be, from the pictures I saw, to have the most consistently very bright coloration. When are the roach coming back? I don't know how many roaches we have. We have some roaches in here still. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we'll do some roaches. We'll do a roach in a second here. I'm just gonna try and just stack the deck so we have some exciting things towards the end. You know, we always gotta have some excitement here. I'm feeling pretty comfortable with the direction the stack is going in. Yeah, there we go. That seems right. That feels right. All right. We've got the last of our roach crossing stuff laid out here and ready to go in an appropriate order. All right, here's an X for the versicolor Polska. And there was a third one that I can't remember too that was brought in. I just remember I got the Polska, I got the Ukraines in like 2019, and I got them because they seemed to have the best color, and I never bothered with that third one. I didn't get Polska until Tennyson got them to me either. So, anyways, going once, and I regret that obviously. Going twice, sold. To Paco E6 with a winning bid of 65 for these guys. Paco E6 65 at your life. Paco E6 really picking up some good pods tonight. Do we have a pod next? Yeah, we're gonna do a pod next, and then we got there's a couple of roaches in here. All right, we have 100. Porcelionides, Prunosis, Dalmatian, TJ's Creation. This is not the same as Oreo Crumbles or Cookies and Cream. It seems to be a different mutation, and I really like it. As a standalone, I think it's superior than Oreo Crumbles or Cookies and Cream. I don't think it has as much potential for mixing with other mutations because of the tinier specks. Will not contribute as much color as the larger blobs of color seen in the Oreo Crumbles and whatnot do when mixed with other lines and selected for. I do need to get on crossing them. I'm curious to see what will happen when I cross the two lines. Slovenia have the best color in my opinion. I need those passionate fruit. That was the third one, and I need to get the Slovenias. I mean, I need to get Ukraine again as well too. But there's one more too, but I can't recall what the fourth. I don't even remember a fourth locale. I remember it was the Slovenia, the Ukraine, and the Polska, and I think the Ukraine was the most expensive, and that's again because it seemed to be the prettiest, and that's why I ended up getting it, and I regret not. I had them. I lost them. Jeez. During that one fit of isopod deaths about 2-3 years ago, when I used compost that wasn't properly decomposed, and so a lot of things got porcelain disease from bacteria from it, and that's why I had them really decline. But anyway, so yeah, I hope I can get them again. All right, here's an X. Why not 101 Dalmatians? There, by the time you get this cup, there might be 101 plus in there. Tyrelo says, I'm also from Michigan. I'm staying at a place for the week without AC. Is it over for me? It's so over. You are chopped, you're unk, you're cooked, you're deep fried, you got a pointy face, and you're made of clay. And that's how it's going to be. Tennyson says, fourth one was hard to find even when the others were around, but I can't for the life of me remember what the locality was. I will let you know if I remember. Tennyson, status report on Porcellio lepinii. I want them so bad. Somebody has to have them going again. Those were some heavy insults, as Captain H. All right. Going once on the Porcellionides. Going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 80 to Stankosaurus. Also a reminder, because of the erratic weather, I would strongly suggest hold for pickup on all boxes, even if your weather is mild, unless you really trust your postal workers, which I am fortunate that I have a very good postal system near me, so boxes do get delivered pretty promptly. And also, I'm usually home, so I see when they drop them off and whatnot. But I would recommend such a thing to most people, especially because it's probably hotter elsewhere. Although maybe we're all just going to bake pretty soon. All right, 15. Aspiducus Barinquin. This is the same ones that I put up for sale. I accidentally labeled them as Cavernicola. We may not even have true Cavernicola. We might not. 15 Aspiducus Barinquin species, Barinquin Manati. Why is everything closing up? Manatee, Puerto Rico. Starting bid $1. These are the big, huge, bright orange ones. I could not believe how big Aspiducus were when I first got them. They are like the size of, like, even maybe slightly bigger than Blabrus giganteus subadult nymphs. They're massive, and I had no idea. Kulka says, imagine living in Michigan. What chumps? Says, be patient, Kyle. Other sources, the exact same situation. Oh. They were so common, or they were relatively accessible, and then everybody just screwed up, and that's just how it goes. Hello, Captain H. Also, hi, Kyle. Long time no see. Everything been going okay, Captain H? It's okay. It's an honor to be insulted by the Bug Emperor. TJ and I have investigated ourselves and found ourselves not guilty of any wrongdoing or bias or anything. But TJ and I came to the unanimous conclusion, that the proper term for someone who is excellently skilled at breeding and keeping, etc., roaches is the proper terminology is an overlord. So while I may also hold the title of Bug Emperor, it is debatable my mastery of isopods and millipedes, etc. That is still up to debate. However, I will proudly claim my status as a roach overlord. So if you wish to give me my proper credentials, you may do it by calling me that. Let's see. What we got going on here? All right, we got beautiful picture of the Barinquins. We're eating good for Hemiblabra aspiducus style dudes. They are really cool. They seem to be just standard, like Hemiblabra care. Neat roaches. They will spread far and wide in the hobby, and I'm so happy we finally have some locality stock going on. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Herpling with a winning bid of 111. Herpling from the shadows comes out with a winning bid of 111. I love to see that. At the last second, somebody who hasn't bid before, they just saw something, they say, I need that. I need that in my life. And what do you know, the next thing anybody knows, it's in their life. Okay, we have one of my tried and true favorites. We have a group of 10 for $700 Spark. 20 Porcelio Magnificus, starting bid of $1. Our big lovely orange guys, our big lovely orange fellows. I have been doing well with them for quite a while now. Love them. Can we bid on the trademark name Roach Overlord? Says Cool Kid. Tennyson says, should have another update on Lapinii for you at the end of July. Excellent. I'm sorry, that name sounds like something someone would put in a Starbucks order to make a poor barista say it out loud, says Christy. Exactly. Isles asking, any more Thoria? You can suggest some more Thoria at the end of this stuff. We're going to do a couple more items, but there is a group of Regularis which I forgot to pack up, which is going to be we will put that up for grabs at the end there. Let's go ahead and wrap up the Magnificus. Most of us know about Porcellio magnificus, a large, beautiful species that may come in two natural color variations of orange and also slate gray, but I don't have the slate grays available right now, which that one of those localities seems to be the Almeria Mountains. Mine should be on the verge of having a good population boom. We'll see. All right, going once on the Magnificus, Porcellio magnificus. Going twice. Sold. To Solutionist Nonsense with a winning bid of 74. To Sol Non 74. For a lovely little group of these guys. To Solutionist Nonsense. I do love my 5.5 gallons full of large Porcellios, which the Lapinii will be getting. It will be getting a full 5.5 so that I can do them some justice and keep them going. All right, 30 Cubaris species, rubber ducky, original 2017 import, starting bid of $1. Original 2017 import of Cubaris species, rubber ducky up for grabs. Let's catch up in the chat here. What is required to go from Roach Seller to Overlord? I think I was daydreaming about the criteria for this, and I think the criterion should be that you have kept 100 species of roaches for at least 3 years. Like you've kept 100 species, not strains, not colonies, but 100 species going for at least 3 years. So you've had 100 containers or whatever of different types of roaches, and you've kept each of them going for at least 3 years simultaneously. So I think that's an accessible criteria. It's very spelled out. It's very right there. And yet we shall see how many have actually done that. I actually wonder, now that I think about it, does Alan then also, Alan, do you actually qualify? I'm not sure if you actually have 100 species of roaches, now that I think about it. I know TJ you must. TJ must, even just with the 15 Aranavega alone. But I know I for sure do. I have, the last time I even bothered to tally things up, I think it was at maybe 280 or something. Got to be more than that. All right, here's an X for the rubber duckies. Captain H says, it's just been a crazy time. Got a GF. Did a crazy semester where I just completely overloaded, and as a result got fairly sick. But rebounding now. Should sail smoothly into graduation spring. Appreciate the ask, my friend. Well, that's lovely. Sounds like other than the horrible crippling stress, that everything's going to be okay. Little toads. I don't have any Hoffs planned, but you can always request them at the end. All right, going once on the rubber duckies. Going twice. Sold. To control R-ing. Lil Toad with a winning bid of 152. Lil Toad really getting some crazy stock, just barely beating out Willa Berry today. Oh, but we're not gonna end it there. I'm not that we're ending soon. We're still got 15 items. 30 Cubaris species white ducky with a starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1. Actually, I need to write down the numbers for that. It was 152 to little toad. And I'm gonna, because it was close, I have to copy what it says here, and I'll just paste that real quick for everybody to see. Real fast, like. What if I had a Vitata going for 5 years? Wait, have you had Vitata going for 5 years, Tennyson? Versicolor Seska was the fourth. Interesting. Thank you for doing that digging passionate fruit. I wonder if how many people even had those in the first place. Captain H says this overlord definition is going to cause a massive rift in the roach community. String Bean asked about studded pie dish beetles. I don't think I grabbed any darklings. Maybe we could do it as part of the suggestion part. Ellen says, I probably don't. You should count things up. If at any time you had 100 species of roach going for 3 years, like the 100 species going concurrently for 3 years, that would put you in the running. But simultaneously, if you have to compare to like TJ, who definitively has that, like TJ definitively has overlord status. Chris Snyder says, how about if I keep 300 species alive for 10 days? Completely unrelated question. How many species will be available at the fall Boogapalooza? We may have to invent a title for such that. It may be similar sounding to buffoon or sod, perhaps. Willaberry, I did a copy paste of the thing. I have to go off of what happens when I refresh, because when I go back and look through Discord, it will show what my side of things shows. So after I refreshed, it showed that you were after Lil Toad, which is why I copied and pasted that there. So unfortunately, it just shakes down that way. Do I have something up? Oh yeah, we have something up. All right, here's an X for the white duckies. I think it's going to end. Tessa says, I think it's going to end at 5 years. I will start and surpass it, though. Mine have been going for. Did you get them that quickly from me? Because I'm pretty sure I got my Vitata in 2021. It's either 2020 or 2021. So they've been going for 5 years for me, and no sign of stopping. I got them figured out now. 100 is a Centurion. Overlord is most in a continent. Smugbug has Seska listed in stock right now, 10 for $10. Little Toast says, is it getting hot in here? Also, Kyle, can I pay you whenever my stockbroker transfers my money? Yeah, but I don't buy it from them personally. Might be 4 now that I think about it. I think 4 sounds more because I would have held on to them until I had enough available. So I would think that I let them out in 2022. All right, going once on the white duckies. They were on the promo material, everybody. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Toad 11 with a winning bid of 201. Now I had seen up there that somebody had posted a bid for 150. Everybody was being quiet about it, but I also figured the 2 is bigger than 1, so that's where that came from. So Lil Toad, you're gonna have to cash in some of that stock, I guess. All right, 50. Elliptorina Levigata, starting bid of $1. 50. First through like 4th in-star Elliptorina Levigata. V-horn hissers. What a great way. Just slap this in a container and you have more than TJ has, apparently. Tennessee says, got them in 2022, I believe. Got them very shortly after getting Hondurans. Okay, that checks out. So why are you losing them? Kyle, I posted the 150 and the 200. I see. You couldn't live without the white duckies. I hope you have lots of stocks to cash. Give up at some point. Hanging in there just makes you look like an even bigger loser. From Phil D. Of course, Phil D would post such a thing. How many other pictures of Levi Gata are there? There's Dan's picture. There's not that many on the internet. Oh my gosh. Really not that many. And yet I perceive them as a standard mainstay hisser. As they've been for a while, except for when they disappeared and had to be restarted from some random hobbyist basement colony. But other than that, it's kind of weird that there's not more enthusiasm for them. They're big, they're cool, very interesting. TBH never heard of them until the Bugapalooza. Yeah, they were for the longest time. It was Chapardi was the main Elliptorina. Everybody had dwarfs. Like if you had common hissers, you also had dwarfs, and now those have kind of gone by the wayside. Javanica, once they popped up, became popular and are still very popular. But it's definitely the most popular Elliptorina species is the Halloweens. And then David I, which is again like the fringe stepchild, but that's just how David I kind of are. But Levi Gata, like they're pretty easy. They're huge. They rival. They're bigger than UCR common hissers, or sorry, marvelous hissers. They're bigger than UCR portentosa, even as a dwarf hisser. So I don't know. And also, I have a Berenstain Bears situation with Levi Gata because I could have swore that the old All Pet Roaches site or one of them said it was the only hissing cockroach with a defensive odor, and like my young brain latched onto that, like, wow, whoa, they're so weird and cool. They have a defensive odor. Other hissers don't do that. And then like I realized I was reading something wrong, or I read the wrong part, or I was reading the above line for some other species, and I thought it was with the Levi Gata, and that kind of made me look at them different for a while. But anyways, that's some lore, some brain lore. Going once, going twice, sold. Two. Looks like solution is nonsense. Looks like solutionist nonsense beat out Phil. I could feel Phil. I could feel the panicked rush to put the 55 in there. Like not often do I feel like do I get like the emotion and like sense the person behind the bid in that moment, but with that one I could feel it. It was very strange. Excellent snipe. Good competition there, everybody. 50 to solutionist nonsense. What a time to be alive. All right, I'll read the my heart wasn't in it, says Phil. I will read the live stream in a second. I'm going to just put up 40 Christ Armadillidium Muricatum Little Toad. That's great. Starting bid of $1. Spiky pineapples. Every time Phil only bids +1, he never wins. Fascinating. I wonder if that's factual. The duckies, I feel so bad when they scream. Is so sad, like when pre-killing. Which species? Kim misses having Halloweens. Kim, you should get some Halloweens again. You only live once. And we almost had a fifth Elliptorina species in. Almost had them. It would have been really, really the one that deserved the dwarf label because the adult size was like around an inch. It was Coquereliana, but unfortunately, it was not meant to be. But hopefully, one day we will have Coquereliana in the U.S. and we'd be up to 5 Elliptorina species, which would be pretty rad. Lucas says, immediately the other day, but figure I'd ask here. You still have your colony of line-bred large mealworms. No, mine died because apparently when I gave them some chick feed, I gave them some that was laced with growth or juvenile hormone. So both my regular wild mealworms, or like whatever standard store bought ones, and my giants both started getting even bigger and having screwed up adults maturing. And I was like, what is going on here? And then I realized, oh, wait, it's this chicken feed that I'm using. They must treat it with juvenile hormone to prevent grain pests from colonizing it or something. So I lost them. However, Kim Wisman, the man, Kim and Christine, the couple who created the line, um, continue to refine for size. And I'm good friends with them. And they still, they bring them to every show. So I can always get more and I can always restart more. Captain H says, not to interrupt the bing, but Kyle, how was your house? Did you end up buying your wife's parents' old property? Captain H, we have a lot of things to catch up on. It's been a hot minute since you've been around, and there have been some big unfortunate things happen that I won't go into right now. But Chris says, I hand your giant reelworms from the recent time you sent me the substrate discard. Lucas, is there any chance you'd email me their contact later? I'd love to acquire a colony from them. They don't ship them, but I can always get some and just contact me. I can do it again. I see them every expo. So Muracatum, Kyle, you should do a 4th of July sale with just Chris Armadillium Muracatum. Maybe I will. Maybe I will take that. If only they came in colors other than crystal pineapple-y color. If only we had red, white, and blue ones. If only iridovirus infected ones. All right, going once on the Muracatum. Going twice. Sold. To Dead Bunny with a winning bid of 75 to Dead Bunny. Congrats, Dead Bunny, on your first win here. 75, a good deal for these guys too, I would say. Although they seem to be becoming more mainstream. So, all right, we have just a little fun little roach thing here. I decided I'd get these in somebody else's hands before I kill the colony or they have a decline or something. We have 15 Darapeltis Pollini. Just some ornate velvet roaches. Somebody wants a colony, you've been thinking about it. I have them available. They're right here. Bid on them, get them, etc. Here's an opportunity. We are also down to the last, after this item, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Roach Crossing items. And then we will be doing, there will be another segment of the auction at the end for a friend so they can recoup some of their traveling, bug collecting, cost, expenses, etc. with some things that they collected. And you guys can get some bugs and see how that goes. So, all right. Here's an X for the Pollini. Again, just a little group, good-sized nymphs. You know, just get them, give them a try. You've been curious about Darapeltis. We need more people who have a mastery of Darapeltis because TJ and I seem to constantly go back and forth on doing well or not doing well or this or that. So we have some cool stuff like those Savo West Africa giant ones that we really need to keep going so that everybody can have them and not ruin them and blah, blah, blah. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D with a winning bid of 47. Phil D sliding in. Dark Phil, you have to get your revenge on, again, presumably Light Phil or just Phil D Phil. You have to get some revenge here. He keeps doing this. Can't let that stand. All right, somebody's asking for an arachnid. This is the only arachnid that I had planned. We have 20 Dino Kairos. The funny thing is Dinokyrus is spelled like dinosaur, and the dinosaur Dinokyrus is not spelled like dinosaur. Dinokyrus arizonensis, Bog Springs Campground, Madeira Canyon, Arizona. Starting bid of $1. There's no culture cup that comes with this. This is just the pseudoscorpions, crab raving, pseudoscorpion raving in the enclosure. There's some fruit flies and some springtails and whatnot, but it is just the pseudoscorpions in here. You have to set up your own enclosure. Can we bid on your fire detector? I might do that at a Bugapalooza because like I actually don't. None of my what's going on there. None of my fire detection things are actually turned on or installed properly. None of the smoke alarms, except for the base with the carbon monoxide one in the furnace room, obviously. But actually, that's coming up on 10 years. I need to replace that. It had one of those nuclear batteries or whatever's in it. One of the nuclear batteries. But yeah, maybe a bit on the smoke alarm one of these times. How do you, Kyle, do you not keep Ardentiella? I have such a hard time with Ardentiella. I just can't understand them. I had good success with them over the winter once, but like I don't have the time or patience to wrap around like figuring them out. Lizard Bean says, my dear Peltis Polino, I finally stopped having random dives, so I feel like I may have stabilized mine. Can pseudoscorps potentially live with pods? Yes, but this species will probably eat small pods, especially babies. So, and these are one of the most generalist pseudoscorpions. Springtails, mites, fruit flies is my staple. The small roaches, random isopods. This is like the easiest pseudoscorpion to work with and to propagate in my experience. All right, here's an X for the Dinokyrus. It's also going to be the 10th anniversary of this species being in culture, too. We collected them, Will collected them on our very first Arizona trip a decade ago, and we've had them going ever since. So they're a hobby mainstay in the pseudoscorpion hobby. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Two, could be I am bald, could be bladder beans. It is two Blatto beans with a winning bid of 79. Two Blatto beans. So close, I am bald. Shrek is love, Shrek is life. So close. Okay, I'm going to have to, this should be fine. We have one adult pair, Pelidnota punctata, Key Largo, Florida, starting bid of $1. I do not often offer these. Usually a certain somebody has dibs on all of my, how much did that go for? 79. Usually a certain somebody has dibs on all of my Pelidnota, but not this year, apparently. This is the red color form, or the female. Usually the males are red. Females, it seems to be 50-50. Red, not red. It's larger than the Pelidnota punctata found in Alabama, but not larger than Michigan's. I think many would consider it the most colorful of the punctatas. Oh, I hate how INAT makes you have to like go back through and like open up the map and do all this stuff differently to like get it. You can't just pull it up. I do this, and then I have to do custom map, which you can't do from the species page. You got to go to the Explore, and you got to pull this up, and you type it in. You got to view observations. And you got to scroll down on the map. And you're going to narrow in the Florida Keys, southeastern Florida. Then you got to pull it up, and you're going to scroll down. You got to find the representative individual, so you properly advertise it to all the loving, adoring people who love Pelidnota punctata more than life itself. You're going to scroll down. You find the one. You can say this one looks like it, and there we go. All right. Deleting our photo gallery is bad. We have to hit it with a newspaper. So here it is. They're red. They're very red in person. Oh, I did an Instagram of these a couple of weeks ago when TJ was here, I think. So Lee's asking if the Dinochiris would do something with the size of the Great Canyon isopods. They probably eat the babies, honestly. I sense Alan is awake. There's a mod now. What's the care like? You feed them grapevines and you put them on rotting wood or moist sawdust, and that's that. And they live for like a month, and they dump a bunch of eggs, and that's how you enjoy grapevine beetles. So bro be complaining more than selling bugs. All right, going once on the Pelodona punctata. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 40. To Chris Sniper. Chris Sniper really wants to give these a go. They honestly might be your speed, Chris. You just have to make sure you feed the adults when they pop up. And that's kind of the only thing. Like they cycle through pretty easily. When are you putting up magic potion grapevine beetles? Never. All right, I think this is our last beetle of stuff I pre-packed up. We have 15 larvae of Pachnota sinuata flaviventris firebelly, starting bid of $1. We're on the last 10 Roach Crossing items that I packed up. Then I will open it to the masses to suggest some things. We'll do a couple of those. We'll do the auctions for my friends. And then we will be done. Our Catalpa hard to breed. I want to collect some Lanigera. The ones that I got from Kai last year, the year before, I didn't get any eggs out of. They didn't do anything. And what did they eat? They ate cottonwood. I think they ate aspens and cottonwoods and stuff like that. But I remember one time that Kim brought me some Catalpa from Arizona, and he put them on perfect white rotted wood. And I remember there being larvae there, and I remember me screwing up because I was stressy, depressy, lemon zesty. So the Western Catalpas might be easier than the Eastern ones. So I would give it a try. Just find out what their host plant is and set them up on like 4 inches of well-rotted white rot wood, like the stuff that King Campy offers, like crushed up, and so they can really burrow down into a delay and whatnot. And just see what happens. Maybe give it a try. Oak and hickory. See, I thought that's what our Eastern ones were supposed to eat, but then I gave them cottonwood and they loved it. Like they would not touch the oak or the hickory, or they wouldn't touch what other stuff that I gave them. Here's an X for the firebellies. So, but I don't know. I can't remember if I bothered to feed the Western ones, and they might have a different host plant. Give it a try. See what happens is the best thing I can say. You never know. It could end up being stupidly easy, and that would be awesome. All right, going once on the firebelly yellow belly sun beetles. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Phil D, uncontested with a winning bid of 75 to Phil D. Sometimes it's just like that. 75 to Phil D. All right. Next up, we have a group of 40 Perispherus punctatus Macau, starting bid of $1, and I believe these were collected on a goddess statue or something there. I'd have to ask TJ; he knows more, or if Martino is lurking around. So, but with TJ, you get bombarded with Perispherus horeanus. With Kyle, you get bombarded with Perispherus punctatus. We both got our little corners of specialty with our Perispherus, I guess. Although I think punctatus does really well for TJ too. Chris Snyder says, this is a species complex, I'm guessing. Matt Boy says, so do you still have those voices in your head? Is that referring to me? Is it the voices telling me to sell more bugs? Those two guys and a girl, they still active and talking to you. The voices that tell me to sell bugs? Interesting. I mean, there's constantly the drive to acquire more bugs and to sell more bugs, or the voices telling me to really hype up our last 5 items here, perhaps. But very interesting. Bro doesn't remember. Was this at 2 a.m. on the technically the last day of the Bugapalooza? Because I also don't remember a lot. I remember at some point being like, guys, I physically cannot finish the Bugapalooza. We have to do an extension day. But I don't really remember anything before that. Eric Matthews is still selling Nocticola Vegas Malaysia. Good feeder. Eric Matthews, send me a message because I might have a container that I need to gut some Vegas out of, actually. Little Toad says that was so much fun. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't throw up. All right, here's an X for the Perispherus. I had to wait 20 minutes after the X for cherry blossoms. Oh, you're reminding me. The memories are flashing back where I was like, guys, I can't do this. Here's a giant stack of isopods. It's all of this for whatever you want, basically. Oh, did I overpack so much for that Palooza? But people got some good things, so that's good. I gotta be careful that next time. Then won the giveaway right after. You know, the huge stacks is like, I don't know what you guys want. Here's a huge stack. All this is for blah, blah, blah. Just take it for this much. Oh, that was too much. That was crazy. That was really crazy. All right, going once on the Punctatus. Going twice. Sold. Oh, I think one of the cats is hunting outside the window. I'm refreshing. Everybody refresh your live streams. Everybody refresh your Discords. Sold to Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 61. Sliding in there right before Love with Scales retorting with 63. 61 to Stankosaurus. Also, reminder everybody, with this crazy heat, probably not going to ship until next Monday, and even then would be a good idea to have held for pickup. So just make little mental notes. Itchy eyebrows. Next, we have a group of 50 Hemithyrsospora paleata, starting bid of $1. No Vittata. I seem to be down to basically just adults-ish right now. This is pretty typical for how it goes with them over the summer. And then in early fall, all the ooths will start hatching, and there will be a blend of sizes and tons of little bebes. So, but yeah, who was there? Who remembers being there for the 3rd day of the Bugapalooza and technically the 4th day of this? Oh, it was insane. Did I do that the following day? Did I on that Monday? Did I just pick up and carry on Monday? Can't remember. That was insane. Packing these is the worst thing. Yeah, packing Hemithyrsospora really sucks. And I have to say, it's seeming like maybe packing Ellipsidian might end up sucking too. So, depending on how things go, we may be seeing some Ellipsidian up for grabs at some point. They need to get into a couple of specific hands first, but it seems they may be just as easy as Hemithyrsospora, at least for those who know how to keep these sort of dudes. Did I put an X for these? All right, here's an X. They are beautiful little roaches. Super easy once you figure them out. They just like to be dry and well ventilated, and basically they can eat nothing but the jellies. Like, they seem to get everything they need from a fruit jelly. But all right, going once on the Paleata. Going twice. Sold. To Eric. Eric has jumped in with a winning bid of 41. Nobody even contested. Nobody even thought that Eric would just snooked in out of nowhere, and there it is. Lado beans, is that your Paleata bin? Oh yeah, I see. There's a label on it. Yeah, seems pretty straightforward. The jelly pot over in the corner too. All right, 40 pseudo glomerus tarsalis, Thailand, starting bid of $1. Starting bid of $1. Tennyson says, I remember Kyle. I remember so many photos. Our poor photo gallery bot. Phil D says, it would help if my enclosure wasn't a gallon jar. That's the bad thing with enclosure styles like that, is it's great for just keeping stuff, but when it comes time to pack, you regret it. So Lizard Bean says, I had some Vittata ooths hatch and I'm blown away by how much of an ant mimic they are. Oh yeah, they're nuts. First instar, they are nearly indistinguishable from the Tapanoma that are in their enclosure right now, which is why it's like, do I have a bunch of baby Vittata or is it all the Tapanoma? Kyle, how do you separate the venoms? What do you mean by separate? I mean, Thersostra paleata need jelly. I would assume fresh fruit would work as well, but the jellies, the pectin or whatever is in it that holds it together and holds the moisture in, just seems to keep it at the perfect level of humid, like moisture for them to eat and get nutrition from. And so I rely very heavily on the jellies. I still have a little piece of dog food, a little piece of fish flake in the enclosure, but they seem to eat almost the majority of what they eat is the jelly. How much does Photobot get paid? He gets bribed with bugs here and there. AI will accept bugs as a partial currency now, don't you know? All right, there's the X for the Tarsalis. We're down to our last 7 items after that one. Last seven Roach crossing items I've packed up, then we'll do 9 off that list. We'll make a list. I'll take suggestions and write a list down. All right, going once on the Tarsalis. Ooh, this is fun. Going twice. Sold. 2 looks like Starship 1. We're gonna see though. Starship 1 with a winning bid of 79. A lot of people doing 79 is a bid. You don't necessarily want to break 80. 79 forbidden. Congratulations, Starship, on your steal, as some are saying. Starship 1. Okay. Next up, we have Starship 1, one of your favorite things. 30 Cubaris species bumblebee. Starting bid of $1. 30 Cubaris species bumblebee, at this point becoming the Roach Crossing special isopod. Because I have so many. They do so well. Lizard Bean says, the Palei did great for me before and after jelly introduction. I find that describing photo gallery as AI to be imprecise. There's nothing artificial about that intelligence. Where will you be taking the suggestions at? Live stream. So suggestions will be here in the live stream. Also, I got stung by a paper wasp when I was doing yard work. Can you see it still? I got stung by a paper wasp over here. You can barely, maybe you can barely see it. It's right here. And then AI was telling me that paper wasp stings are not as much of a concern as yellow jacket stings and blah, 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 and numbers, blah, blah. But this paper wasp sting, European paper wasp, caused my whole arm to swell up, and my skin was itchy for a couple days, and I had joint pain, and it was hard to sleep, and it was weird. It was very weird. I haven't been stung by a paper wasp for maybe like 13-ish years, maybe 14 years. I get stung by at least like one yellow jacket every summer somehow. But anyways, yeah, but that happened last Wednesday. And it was an inconvenience in addition to my lower back problems. All right, going once on the species bumblebee. Going twice. Sold. To Love with Scales with a winning bid of 81. To Love with the Scales. The Roach Crossing special. Also, should I'll put an item up and I'm going to look up if I should close my windows and if this heat is going to roll in overnight because I'll get the AC on tonight so I can actually sleep. All right, 30. Blaptica dubia amber. Starting bid of $1. Here's an opportunity to get some amber dubias, which I don't quite mass produce, but I always have them going. John Frost's ambers is hard work for many years. Weather 48152. Livonia weather forecast. It's going to take a while for the house to cool down, that's for sure. 73 degrees, real feel 75. I should probably get the AC unit turned on, even if it's just blowing air into the house. And it's going out the windows for the ones I haven't shut. I should get the system just going, but then we're gonna have to hear the thing. Difficult decisions. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna close my bedroom window, close that window, and get the AC turned on. So the lovely thing about this time of year is if the power goes out because everybody in the whole state of Michigan is blasting their air conditioning, my collection will be just fine as opposed to 6 months before this where we would have problems. So, okay. Here's an X for the Chris Sniper is gearing up for the Amber Dubias. Oh boy, do I long to see what is happening here. Chris Sniper Ams and just Crab. Wait, Crab, what are you now? Oh, it's just Crab. All right, good. Good. You should cease to change your identity. Passionate Fruit says I got sent to the ER by a paper wasp. Interesting. What happened? Oh, the reason I was stung by this paper wasp nest is Behigiger I don't think is here right now, but so I still have two smelly socks from an expo that I was supposed to burn in a fire on a live stream. Behigiger paid for that live stream or whatever, but I haven't done it yet. So I have the socks and like the paraphernalia from a old acquaintance that I need to burn, and I have my aluminum ladder leaning up against the chicken coop outside, and then I have the socks and that other paraphernalia over it to keep it away from the dogs so that they don't run off with the stuff and destroy it before I burn the things on the stream. And I went to move that to grab the ladder to go up on my roof to clean my gutters because the oak flowers were clogging up the downspouts. And the paper wasps apparently had started making their nest underneath like the little eave that was formed by the filthy, disgusting socks and the old paraphernalia on the ladder. So that's why they stung me. Was I moved that stuff, I directly disturbed the nest. So hopefully he does organize his bugs like that. Going for back rooms vibes. You are in the back rooms at Roach Crossing right now. This is the real back room. This is the actual, like, there's the back room, the actual back room downstairs. But as far as vibes, this is like, look at the lighting. We got, look at that. Look at that over there. What is that? That's like a lantern or something. There's probably like a chupacabra over that way or something. I don't know. There's an X Kyle. Oh, thank you, Lil Toad. Going once on the Amber Dubias. Going twice. Sold. You guys know I'm passionate about yakking. To Lil Toad with a winning bid of 52. Lil Toad beating out Chris Sniper and Ams, a whole army of people coming after the Lil Toad, and yet there he is. Hopefully cashing in his stock ASAP. Not the sacrificial socks. All right, everybody. We're down to our last things before we go into the suggestions, preferences, etc. things. So we're going to just kick this off because I got to go to sleep eventually, right? 30 Troglodilo species green spots. You want it? It's yours, my friend. There it is. I don't think I've had many green spots at the last couple of auctions, but here they are. They're still doing just fine. Was it 52? 52. Still doing just fine. I have 2 colonies just because I don't want to lose them because I think that they become more common as time has gone by, as more people figure them out. But, you know. Love with Scale says, I've been stung, bitten, and frankly punished by so many species from adult snapping turtles, dwarf came, etc. 10 out of 10 worst bite ever taken is from a hormonal male Patagonian cavy of all things. That's very important for me to know because I was considering getting Patagonian cavies when I move. And yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all. What has really bit? Yeah, I think a rabbit bit me pretty hard once. The rodents, man. I mean, they're pushovers. A lot of them are pushovers. You know, when predators get them, but like when they actually use their jaws, it's like you feel their jaws. It's like rocks on the sides of their face. So just so much like dense muscle. Every part of my skin was itching. I was trying to tear my skin off. Huge raised red hives all over my body within 20 minutes and tight chest, like my airway was starting to close out. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I didn't get hives, but my skin did start to itch and I did swell up, but it wasn't until the day after. I actually continued to do like yard work and stuff that day. And the day after, maybe because I didn't rest, my wrist was achy, my elbow was achy. There was a night or two where I had to like just try to stretch my arm out and try to find a good, comfortable position and whatnot. I get Paca instead. I meant get Paca. What's Paca or Pacha? What's the best humidity and care for these dubias? Dubias are indestructible. So whatever you put them through they're going to be fine with. Here's an X for the green spots if I haven't already. Cavies are awesome and super personable, but males get absolutely brutal during their breeding season. They bite first and ask why. Never. They also pee all over. Females are stellar though. Okay. Yeah, I would probably be keeping them as an outdoor, almost maybe even a livestock animal was going to be the plan. So if you know any breeders for them in the Midwest Great Lakes area, let me know because I might do that. All right, going once in the green spots. Going twice. Sold. Ooh, solutionist nonsense and a little toad. What's going on here, little toad? Little toad with a winning bid of 121. It was close. It was close. Little toad. The winning bid of 121. Little toad is on a rampage. And stock market portfolio doing well currently, perhaps? Okay, we have a group of 15 Isopoda species shiny gator, starting bid of $1. Now, you may have noticed I've been leaning less and less on the shiny gators, and that is because my colony is not producing as well as it was 6+ months ago. And I think that shiny gators might be a dry air species or a drier species. And with the summer humidity, they're not as happy as they were from fall through spring when there was more airflow and dryness. So, for anybody who's keeping or having trouble with shiny gators, maybe try more ventilation or a little more airflow or something. Alpaca in the trade. I'm still waiting to get proper cooey. Also, which is proven to be very difficult, even though they seem to be sold at as actual food some places. I'm still working on trying to find somebody's actual cooey. Love of scales. I think Backward Reptiles and Fostoria has one in right now. Not sure gender or anything. Lots of traveling exotic animal shows sell off excess cavies, I've noticed, and giraffes. How do you travel with a giraffe? You can't. That's so. There's no thing to transport it. You have to sedate it and move it. Or yes, there's quite a bunch in Texas. How do you move an adult giraffe though? Like babies, you could probably fit in a horse thing or something. This is what stocks are for. Am I right? This money was supposed to go into a car. You ride the giraffe. Probably not difficult to get cooey. You just need to find the right flea market in Miami. Yeah, but that takes time. I was going to do that on a Florida trip, but then the bugs took up too much of it. But maybe we'll have a Kyle Florida trip, a flight down to Miami to go to sketchy pet stores and whatnot to try and locate some cooey, perhaps. All right, here's the X for the shiny gators. And I still need to get crocodillos also, actually. Move a giraffe, cut a hole in the top of your horse trailer. I could see people doing that also, oh, we'll just fit it into here like that. But all right, going once on the shiny gators. Going twice. Sold. It's getting so nice and cool in here. To Phil D with a winning bid of 121. To Phil D, 121. Cheapest I've ever seen gators go for. Oh, another 121. That's interesting. Little Toad just won with 121. Okay. All right. It's difficult to choose what I want to go last here, but let's get these out of the way. 12 Cubaris species. Cherry Blossom, starting bid of $1. Cherry Blossom is doing well for me. Consistently living in with my Paranophyta formosana, doing well. Actually, I think the formosana might need a little bit of help. They might not like quite as much the lower ventilation but drier conditions I've had for the cherry blossoms. But I also could just be misremembering because every time I go in that bin, it's to grab cherry blossoms. So, cool kid thinks they might sedate the giraffe and use an animal freight or something. Yeah, it could be. Love with Scale says, I also want to bid on a dual pack of 30-count Croatian Giant and 30-count Troglodilo soil. I love my dull pods. You gotta, if you don't have the Cordovas, or did you win the Cordovas? Because that might fit that category, but I love those. And was it Venezolo Species Tank or that one Cubaris from Mexico that I can't remember? That isopod that Pete the Pod Piper had a tentative ID for. That's a Cubaris, we thought. I'm sure you know what I'm waiting for, Kyle. I actually can't remember. If you could remind me, if you want to send me a DM, although it could be coming up actually. Wait, I think maybe. We'll see. Anyways, Cordovas are like that. So, anyways, here's an X. They are beautiful in person. People don't need to edit them to make them look beautiful. They have a beautiful little purple blush, and they are truly pink. The majority of them are. Some of these pictures don't do them justice, though. This first picture by Photo Gallery catches this weird bluish purple hue that their whole body has also, but the pink is very definitively pink in mine. Thank you, Blado Beans, for trying. But I was not dissatisfied with these. They definitely um, met every expectation and exceeded it for what I've had. I've never had Sakura's. I peeked at Stella's a couple times when he has with Austin when he has them at his table. Was not impressed with the Sakura's, but the cherry blossoms are great. All right, I put an X somewhere already, right? Okay, I did. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Solutionist Nonsense with a winning bid of 155 to Soul None. Congratulations, 155 to Solutionist Nonsense. Excellent. We come down to our last two items before we go into the things that I did not pre-pack. So we have, of course, we'll do one more of these. Gotta share the love while I can, while I have an abundance. Share the abundance. 12 Pseudoglomerus Magnifica Kuk Fuong starting bid of $1. Oh, that's number 55 item in the auction also. So we're gonna have like 65 total by the time we're done with the other stuff. So what I will do is, once we have wrapped up with these last two, I will put up the group of Thuria regularis, the orange domino roaches. And during that time that is being bid on, I will open up the live stream for suggestions for our last 9 items. And then you guys can go nuts here. And I will just look and be like, oh, no, we're not doing that. Or, oh, yeah, maybe we can do that. And I'll, whatever, do my little bit. And we'll go from there. And then we'll hopefully by like 11:45 we'll be on to the friend items, and that'll be that. Here's an X for the Magnifica. I don't want anybody spending too much money. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Solutionist Nonsense. It is. It's Solutionist Nonsense beating out Phil D and I Am Ball in this Slicer character. Soul None really coming in heavy hitting with a winning bid of 250 to Soul None. 250 to Solutionist Nonsense. That's 2 in a row. You go for a triple, oh baby. Oh baby, a triple. Some of you all have funds that make me question the possibility of illegal activities. All right. We have our last thing here, which is and I imagine what Lizard Beans was waiting for. We have 7 Rhopalomerus verhoefii, starting bid of $1. And again, everything's been captive bred so far, but I'm going to emphasize that these were captive bred by yours truly. Rhopalomerus verhoefii. This is the, what are they calling them? The giant candy pill bugs, I think. Is this they? There's videos of them on my Instagram. I also bred the dwarf candy corn millipedes, and I'm working on Hylioglomerus bomba, and hopefully I'll get Carnifex breeding too. So I can help you to refine your husbandry so you can get favorable outcomes from raising these too. So these are not tiny. They've probably molted about 4 or 5 times, maybe more than that. I don't know how big they are when they're born because these have all just started coming up to the surface. So but yes, there they are. They've finally come out of their shell. They're available, up for grabs. It only took me, I think I got them in October-ish. I got the adults in October. So Little Toad says you. But yeah, I was gonna bring the dwarf candy corn. I was gonna put up a couple dwarf candy corns, but I don't seem to have as many, and I'm sure more will pop up. And there's still adults alive and well. And actually, my ones that produce these might actually the ones that would produce the ones that I'm seeing now might actually be F1s. It's just hard to tell because of how small the species is at adult size. Um, but anyway, so I hope to at least by a fall palooza be able to get a group of the dwarf candy corns up and going, and maybe even the bombas. But we'll see how fast they grow or what goes on there. So, all right, here's the X setup advice: low ventilation, high humidity, and really well broken down leaf litter and or wood flake soil. It's just got to be just so gumball. They have their mouth parts are so crappy, like they need it like super well rotted. And then you supplement with some fish flakes or some peas or just whatever. You supplement with a little dusting of that as frequently. I would say ideally as frequently as they eat through the old stuff. But I've been much lazier than that, so I think my other substrate components are really carrying the culture through. So all right, going once on the Rhopalomeris. Going twice. Sold. To Blatto Beans for $5.28, winning bid to Blatto Beans. Blatto Beans really wants to work with more pill millipedes, and I can't blame you. You got scared. Really need a mod. Everybody going crazy here. I think Alan's driving back from Tinley right now. You caught him with his metaphorical pants down. Okay, well that was something. That was insane. 7 Rhopalomeris verhoefi, winning bid of 5.28. The madness. To Blatto Beans, to Mad Beans. I can't say what I was going to say. The Mad Beans. Okay. What am I doing now? Where am I? All right, 50. We're going to put this up, and I'm opening up the live stream for suggestions now. We have a group of 50. The Ria Regularis starting bid of $1. So these are things I have not yet packed. We're gonna do 9 more of them. So give me your suggestions, everybody. I'm right now. If you want something to go up, bring it up right now because I'm reading right now. Scaber, Spotter Guy, Sherbert, White Tiger, anything new, says Willowberry. Oxyhaloa Dusta, Panchlornivia, Darapeltis Polonium, Cappuccinos, Cappuccino What's, Sealed Grylodes, Sealed Cubans, Megaloblata, Megaloblata, Zootermopsis angusticalis, Blue Panchlora. Keep going. I actually liked Love with Scales suggestion of that. What was it? Frontarostra? Croatian Giant. Yeah, it was it CF Palatii species? I'm gonna put that on here just because I want to, and it's an easy thing for me to pack. We're gonna do 50 Armadillidium CF. Was it Frontarostra? Croatian Giant. Well, we are gonna do one of those. I'm gonna be lame. Morgillianus. Earthworm millipedes. Okay, I can do that. I can do some Tanzanian earthworm millipedes. Macrolenostreptis, Brachyceras. We can do that. Postglomerus, Grylus assimilis, or any hardy Grylus. Cubaris citrus, my only suggestion. I like the Cubaris. We'll do foreign Cubaris species, Panda King, citrus. We're going to do that. Sakura, White Ducky, literally any Cubaris, TBH. We'll do some more White Duckies. I have a lot of them. And they are the promo material. Cubaris species, White Ducky. Zoraptorins. Katydids. More katydids. Basically, another whip scorpion would be cool. Thailand spikies, beaked Tripilia. Another set of the Rhopalomeris from Jay Steverson. You know, I can do that for hype. We can do another 7 Rhopalomeris for Hoify. Okay, so that's 6. 4 more things. 4 more. Triangator. People asking for Glomerus postulata. I might have doomed my postulata. Desmosites planata. We can do Desmosites planata. We can do a group of 20 plus Desmosites planata. We can do that. We need 3 more things. Aniscus Acellus, Stardust Dalmatians. Lost them. Gotta get more. You have ice. More dominoes. No Scaber, please. Because you're begging, you're exclaiming. We're gonna do a group of 40 Porcelio Scaber. We're gonna do Excalibur. We're gonna put some Excaliburs up. We have room for 2 more things. Ulamoides dermastoides, Caribbean giant katydids, microroaches. Forgot their name. Isopods from North Alabama that were going extinct. Isopods? I'm also begging Kyle cappuccinos. My cappuccinos are in the gutter. I had to pull them out of a potential death spiral. Kyle, I sent you some goodies if you want to put any stuff up. I still don't know if I'm going to have any time. I have to put the other group of goodies up, but we can talk about things. More katydids or phasmids, yellow submarine. We can do an Illumoide. What was it? Illumus. What the heck is the genus of the picopods? Elamoides, that was it. Amber fireflies. My amber fireflies are coming out. Hoffman's Eggii. We could do just a basic Hoffman's Eggii. We could do just like a 20 count of just regular Porcelio Hoffman's Eggii. One more thing. Suggestions. Dwarf Puerto Rican isopods. I don't know the scientific name. I gotta even make sure that mine are still doing well. Highland spikies. Porcella Almeria Mountains. My Almeria Mountains need to rebound. Trilobite beetles. Don't even have. White antennae. Pycnoscelis. We could do a Pycnoscelis, but somebody. Ergala pilosa. We'll do Ergala pilosa. The 50 Ergala pilosa. All right. That's that. We have our list. We're going to wrap up our Theria regularis so we can get on with this because I have other people's stuff to auction off. All right, we have an X for the Theria regularis, everybody. They're up last chance. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Starship with a winning bid of 100. Starship. Beautiful. I love to see that. Starship. And then I'll do my little boomer rant in a second here about Theria while I put up the 50 Armadillidium Ciafronirostra Croatian giant starting bid of $1. Why won't you let me undo that? There we go. Okay, or maybe these are Palatii now. It's the Croatian giants. Find it deep in your heart to add Krabby. That was all the Krabbies I had set aside. I've got my breeder guys now, so I can try to mass produce pretty armadillos. This is weird. How come when I scroll over some people's things, it says something else? Like I scroll over Tennyson's and it says pretty. What is that? Is that something special? You guys doing something special with that there? Anyways, you guys are so lucky. You get a group of 50 Theria nymphs for $100. Back in my day, as a wee lad, those things were like $12 each for like nymphs off of Bugs in Cyberspace, and you could end up getting like 3 large male nymphs. So And now you just get a whole kit and caboodle. People didn't sell even 12 counts of them then. It was onesie twosie. It was crazy. And 50 of them for 61 would have been an absolute steal. 50 for 100 is still a good thing. And once the other two Therias start circulating, once they're available, is don't forget to refresh your streams. Also, Willowberry, your comment reminded me of that. It's they'll probably start pretty crazy high too. Actually, now that I think about it. All right, here's an X for the Croatian Giants. Where is love with scales? I did it for you. Oh, there's love with scales. Perfect. There we go. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Could be Paco Isays, could be love with scales. It would be such a heartbreak. It would be so not love with scales if it was Paco, but there it is, love with scales. With a winning bid of 28. It's kind of more like Bugapalooza numbers and whatnot going on here. Love with scales. Cross that out of the name to save space here. Okay. Next, we have a group of 12 Tanzanian worm millipedes, another roach crossing special at this point. Macrolenostreptus brachyceras, starting bid of $1. The hot pink alternative to the Centrobolus splendidus, which those are coming back, guys. I have multiple cultures of those going. The red fire millipedes, those are coming back soon. I got them back going on. Autumn says, how cold tolerant are those, by the way? The Croatian Giants or the Macrolenostreptus millipedes? Which one? That's a pretty good picture. They are very wormy. And the pink is much, the immatures are more of a light pink, like whitish, and they get a lot more of that color as they get bigger. It is quite satisfying to see a lot of the older ones. It is very impressive coloration. Here's an X for the Tanzanian worm millipedes. Also, a reminder, everybody, refresh everything, and also like the stream. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, going once on the Tanzanian worm millipedes. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Toter, it's a breeze. It's weird not writing anything. It is Lil Toad 11 with a winning bid of 65. A good deal for this group. Good deal for the Tanzanian worm millipedes. What next? To Lil Toad. All right. Somebody had asked for citrus. Cubaris citrus, so we have a group of Little Todd 11, 40 Cubaris species Panda King, citrus. There's also Cubaris murina citrus, but I assumed that Panda King citrus was what you wanted. It also has, I love murina, but the Panda King citrus does have, I think, a superior orange color consistently. However, the murina citrus are much more peskier, which is saying a lot considering Panda Kings are panda rats, but you know. Oh, drop a little marker that I don't need anymore. Shazam. So, bro, I brought these pods up to you and you act like you had no idea what they are. The citrus, there's Cubaris Panda King citrus, which is I think was pulled out of Red Panda, and I assume Red Panda was, what is that? Oh, it's fungus gnat. Oh, I assume Red Panda was pulled out of just standard Panda Kings. And then there's the Murina citrus, which is actually from a locality somewhere in Florida that I was sent around 2021 or 2022. And I think she kind of went back and forth on names. And the Murina citrus predate the Panda King citrus also by a year or two. Christy says, my Murina was one of the things that mass died, but I'll give the Kings a try. I didn't know they came in Panda King citrus. Oh, Christy, I thought that was, I thought you wanted the Murina citrus, but oh well, you'll probably like the Panda King citrus more aesthetically. There's a good picture. There's an X for those. Thank you, Photo Gallery. I love my Panda Sun Bear. I have Sun Bears too. I don't really look at them. I'm still waiting for them to establish, and I have Polar Bear as well. I think those are both Panda Kings. So we'll check them next time. Just throw them in there and wait for them to do something. All right, going once on the Panda King citrus. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Toad taking no prisoners with a winning bid of 60. To Lil Toad 11. Lil Toad is just the isopod king tonight. Can't do that to me. All right, here's another group of white duckies. We wanted white duckies. I think we have 5 things left after this. Kibaris species white ducky. And a very, very productive, I can't believe it's summer auction as well. Very, very good. I could have put more effort into packing, but I've been tired and beaten up, and I've been doing tours and cat watching and yard work and landscape and all kinds of stuff, and I really need a change of pace in my life, but that can't happen for a while. So here we are. But at least you guys seem to enjoy the things that I packed up. Last Elliot talking about polar bears booming and throwing some tapers. Yes, tapers. All these Panda King things were just rushed out to in my opinion, and I think supported by the facts, they were just rushed out, not well isolated to capitalize on the name. And then, it's a new species that, species this, and they're all Panda King varieties in varying states of development. So here's an X for the white duckies. Also, I lost my white tigers. Finally, they gave up the ghost. Maybe I should have kept them in the container I had them in, but yeah, actually no, I should have, because they dried out in the new one. So one day I'll figure out what I did to breed white tigers so well in the past. One day. I'm pretty sure tapers are just a mutation of Panda King. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. I think it's oh no, I think it's Little Toad. It's Little Toad 11 with a winning bid of 167. Little Toad, I hope you've talked to your fiduciary about this already. I hope. I think we'll do those Verhoefis last, because people got really excited over those, so I like that. We're going to do the Desmosites. Starting bid of $1 while my Desmosites are booming and reminding me I need to get Helicorthomorpha again so I can do the same thing. And Orthomorpha coractata again. Big Toad for the win. Yeah, Little Toad, you should change your name to Big Toad. Willaberry says same different name. Moss Fawn says, what is even the difference between... Yeah, it's... Oh, yeah, I read this already. I have my dementias playing up. A lot of dementiation going on. And I'm going to go this... We're going to do this fast. We're going to go kind of fast. Sort of, whatever. Through the Planata. All right, going once. On the purple dragon millipede. Surprised nobody wanted more of those orange and black ones. Going twice. Sold. To ISO Puppy with a winning bid of 62. To ISO Puppy. That's a great deal. And these are, a lot of these are, or they should mostly be larger Desmosites, and thus you're going to get bombed with babies like ASAP. So Butterbean says mine never did well, and I got mad at them. They're actually, I would say, easier than Anthropomorpha, but they crash so hard. Little Wallet says little toe. Where's my other document? What year is it? How many fingers am I? All right. Here's that Scabra I promised. 40 Porcelio Scabra Excalibur. The thing with Desmosites is you start them off with about an inch of substrate, well-rotted leaf litter, and then when they're doing well, you just keep layering it up. And if you get to the point where you think you're having a die-off or when you have a huge boom, the safest thing you can do is to just pull 30, 40, whatever. Pull some double-digit number to a fresh enclosure and just start the whole process over again. You just have to stay on top of it, and they don't like to be dry. They like very high humidity too. Although I'm kind of on the fence about how important that is after working with them for so long. So, but anyways, that's what I was doing. They just slowly died off. You just gotta, maybe your substrate wasn't good enough, although they eat through poor quality substrate for me. I don't know. But I mean, like, it was last year, either I auctioned off or I sold off that box, and Austin bought it of like hundreds, thousands, and I was just like, take these before they crash. All right, here's an X for the Excalibur. Random comment to me. See, I wish I knew this when I had my waste of $80. You can always get more. You can always send me a message and say, hey, do you have any for sale? And I can do you like a group something or whatever. Especially when I have so many of them. It's just, for me, it's kind of nice to just, as much as selling bugs individually and all the website selection is, it's kind of nice to just have somebody message me like, hey, I want some of these. And I say like, all right, send me $100 and I'll send you something. Like that just takes so much out of the equation. Willa Berry says my Scabra need list is down to 4. Ooh, good. Check it off. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Oh, TJ's here. What the heck? To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 42. Stanko, what are you doing? Getting some of these. Didn't I send you some? I'm probably mixing everything up. The dementia again. But TJ, you can just like get some of these from me too, TJ. I have plenty of them. Okay. Our last 3 Roach Crossing items. We have 20 just basic Porcelio Hoffman Zegii. Just your regular dudes. Not whiteouts, not oranges, etc. Just regular dudes. Lizard Bean says the problem is every time I do that, you don't have them available to keep the bugs I want. Yeah. Although I had the 2 cultures of them and they were doing well, and then what happened this time was the Hypoponura. The Hypoponura wipe out flat millipedes like there's no tomorrow. It's insane. You think the flats have all their chemical defenses, but apparently like ants or Hypoponura don't care. But now I restarted. I had like 2 or 3 left that I found in the enclosure, and then my friend Nate had gotten a colony from me, and his were doing fine. And so I restarted them, and here we are. What I really should do is the next time, like Underground or somewhere gets the really crazy pink ones in, the ones with the extra spinach looking stuff. I should just bite the bullet and sink $1,000 into it. Like the second I see it pop up, just get like whatever stupid small number that's going to be and how much they're going to charge, and just see if Like if they're like the Desmosites, it would be so worth it. So, all right, here's an X for the Hoffman Zegii. Captain H says Hypoprenura, either way, freaking cool at no, not well, freaking cool in that they're very easy to breed. Not freaking cool in that they were a sleeper agent in my collection for a couple of years, and then when I finally found out that figured out they were causing damage when they started producing elates, it was like, okay, I have a lot of work to do and a lot of containers to redo. So I do like them. I'm keeping a colony for funsies, but having to rid them out of things because of the damage they ended up causing was not very fun. But in the end, kind of a good thing. I got my millipedes got better husbandry and supercharged with fresh substrate and all that. So potato. All right, going once on the Hoffman Zegii. Going twice. Sold. To Lil Toad, 11 with a winning bid of 76. I guess all isopods are just going to Lil Toad from now on. Nobody else gets to play. It's all Lil Toad. Okay, our last two Roach Crossing items. 50 Ergala pilosa, the Burmese beetle mimic, up for grabs. And boy, are my eyes getting dry. I should turn off the fan so my eyeballs don't shrivel up and become eyeball jerky. There we go. Hopefully that will help a little even. Okay. There's a little guy. I mean, a little girl. A little girl guy. Just cute little roaches. Before we had the big black beetle mimics and all these other fancy guys, we had to entertain ourselves with cute, pleasant, small species that were available, such as Ergala cappuccina back in the ancient days of 2009 and 2010. Captain H is still sorry about their barbarous, violent nature and their ant damage. Actually induced a nuptial flight too. Yeah, the Hypoprenura, they just do that. Like there's no induction, they just do that. It seems like when the colony hits a certain size, they'll start making elates. I have no idea where they came from. They were in the rotting wood on the back of my upstairs shower at some point in time before I removed all of that. So they could have come from outside. They could have come from plants. They could have come from miscellaneous substrate. I have no idea. Love with Scale says, I feel like I never see any Ergala cappuccino anymore. Oh, also they hybridize with the species Borneo. So there's that too. So I'm not sure how many mainstream bug roach retailers there are around anymore, but that's another possible problem you can run into. All right, here's an X, and these my cappuccino come from Matt K in 2010. So they've been separate ever since. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To AMS 613 with a winning bid of 62. Congrats, AMS. A good purchase here. These Ergala. Wait, why did I put Pilosa? Oh no. I thought I put Cappuccino up. I put Pilosa up. AMS, it has come to my attention that I messed up and used the old name for species Borneo while simultaneously thinking I was auctioning cappuccino. Are you okay with species Borneo, i.e. used to be called Pilosa? Force of habit, guys. I'm getting old. It's going to happen more. Species Borneo. And I meant to do cappuccino, so now I'm going to have to put cappuccino up. I have somehow made my damn boots go into flight for months now. Fascinating. Check DM really quick. Kyle. Let's see what AMS says. I should be fine. So I was just trying to get. Okay. All right. Sending you species Borneo, aka used to be called Pilosa. All right, you're getting Pilosa. Get this AI stuff out of my face. Species Borneo. AMS 613. All right, that should take care of that on those. But somebody asked me for cappuccino, which is what I thought. I wrote Pilosa. I meant to do cappuccino, so we'll do a bid for. We'll do a 50 count of Ergala cappuccino, which is actually the other thing was a 40 count. Whatever. 50 count of Borneo was what AMS won, and now we're doing cappuccino. And then we'll do our last Roach Crossing item, and then we'll do the other things thingy, and that'll be that. And what dollar amount do I start getting memes? That's a good question. Mason's not here because he went to Tinley, so he can't really step in and add memes. And Jose Nunez isn't really here. We got a couple of memers hanging out around, though. Flight spanking from late winter into summer on one side that's very useful for a project. On the other side, please stop. It's not about the amount. It's about your vibe. Thank you, Photo Gallery. We will just give somebody the opportunity to get a group of 50 cappuccino and not take too long. There's the X. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. Two. Looks like Love with Scales, but could be Dead Bunny. It is Love with Scales. Spelled very poorly by yours truly. Love with Scales wins the group of 50. Ergala, Cappuccino. God help me. 50 Ergala, Cappuccino. How much was it for winning bid of? Thank you for the vibes. I hate you guys as douche too. 36. I'm all over the place. I'm dying in a vat in the garage. Okay. Finally, we get to the Rhopalomerus Verhoefei. Our last Roach Crossing item of the I Can't Believe It's Summer auction. At popular demand, we have 7 small Rhopalomerus Verhoefei starting at $1. Captive bred to emphasize that they are captive bred. And there you have it. And you're off to the races, everybody. You're off to the bidding races. And that was actually item number 67. We did 67 items, guys. 67. Ha. Ha ha ha. I don't even have the energy for that right now. My eyes, oh, they want sleep. I'm probably going to look at another screen after this, too, while I have an evening snack or something. So that 1, 2, 3 getting faster. Yeah. All right. So and I have my list of a couple things here. All right. I don't know if we're going to have time to do all of these, but we'll see. I don't want this to go too far past midnight. Let's get you to bed, Unk. The smuggler. All right, here's an X for the captive bred Verhoefei. Boy, I need to get my hands on some more of these. I can't remember what their business name is, but there's people at my expo up near the front who are always there, who bring their wholesale purchased peds, and they always give me a great deal, and they always kind of hold things for me and whatnot. But you can thank them for some of these things, like the Anthropomorpha unsonata and those black and orange millipedes are because they let me grab stuff from their table. All right, going once on the Verhoefi. Going twice. Sold. Two Blado beans with a winning bid of 300. Two Blado beans to close out this lovely Roach crossing. I can't believe it's summer, which I can't believe it's summer, guys. My brain is still stuck in spring. I'm seeing my ironweed starting to develop flowers, and I'm like, it's too early for that. It's only June. And then I realize it's July, and then it's like, oh boy, the end is near. Anyways, so with that being said, a lovely, absolutely lovely, everybody's crying over there for a Hoify. Lovely summer auction, everybody. Nice way to spend an evening with some bug peeps. Let me go ahead. I got to print this out so that on my lovely printer that was earned at an auction also, that has never failed me and has been the most beautiful, wonderful, amazing printer I have ever had my entire life, and I have not had to constantly buy ink cartridges for. I will never do that ever again. This is the future, is the ink, squeeze the goop into the printer, all that stuff. So, all right, let's get on to some friend auctions. This is all for wild caught things. I'm going to copy stuff off of, I should get this, I'm going to just get this list ready and get it into a Word document or something somewhere. All right, that'll do that. I'm just writing everything out, guys, so I can just copy paste. Almost done. There are a couple of exciting things here. Let's see, is that right? That seems right. Just gotta clear that formatting. The silence is deafening, I'm sure. These are also, I think I said, all wild caught. Starting bids of $1 on everything. Another group of those. And another group of those. Deafening silence. All right. 10. All right. We've got about 12 items going on here. I just have to grab my copy pasta. All right. We are out of the Roach crossing stuff and into the things for bugs abound, which I don't know if they want full identity stuff name, but is a good friend of a friend, etc. And their efforts, trust me, getting funds into this person's hands is a good idea as far as the future of getting more cool bugs. And we'll go pretty briskly with this. All right. These are and wild caught. 10 Caracolas marginella, Homestead, Florida, banded caracal snails. Little Toad says, second auction ever. I left my mark, Kyle. Please let me piss now. Go ahead. You are relieved to relieve. Not enough plants. Need more plants in this bug auction. You missed the plant auction. It should have been at the plant auction. Kyle, I'm serious. You get paid when the stock money gets transferred. You better start selling those stocks, my friend. You better move around or pray or sacrifice children or whatever the people do in the stock market all day. Autumn Lee says, any permit concerns with these? Well, that's a complicated question with everything. However, as a friend of mine loves to say, these have been completely washed over by Florida ag and whatnot because they've been determined to not have any sort of agricultural pest potential. So, but that whole situation is a hot button issue right now because everybody, the news on the street is tarantulas require PPQ permits to move across state lines, along with every spider and a bunch of other things that did not for a very long period of time, and that larger hobby/industries have been built around, like the tarantulas and scorpions, etc. Centipedes now too. So it's a crazy situation right now because tarantulas, you're gonna need permits for every single sling and all that stuff. Spiders too, that used to be fair game. If you drive across the state lines and you see there's a little jumping spider on your windshield and you drove across the state line, you were aware that there was a spider. It's all spiders. So technically you needed a PPQ permit. You were aware of it. You were intentionally transporting it because you were aware of it. You didn't do anything to get it off of there. So I don't know. Crazy world we live in right now. All I can say. Cool Kid says, I was at the plant auction. We need more. That is going way too long. Here's an X. For the Caracolas. Forbidden Cracker. Smugger says, I miss my picks are true. So yeah, Smuggers seems to have the accurate representation for these guys. All right, going once on the Caracolas. Going twice. Sold. To Creepy's Critters with a winning bid of 40. All right, this is great because I can fly through this because I don't have to write anything down. All right. Get my copy pasta going here. All right, next up, we have a group of 6. You want to work with diving beetles? Here you go. 6 adult Cybister fimbriatus from Ocala, Florida, starting bid of $1 wild caught. So was it Cybistic? This Ditiscus and Cybister are the two sister. Ditiscus and Cybister are the two sister genera that look very similar. Willowberry says Florida getting crazy. Florida was always crazy, though. Was the things. Maybe all laws, not just regulation. We need to hit undo on most regulations the last few years. Maybe all laws, not just regulations. What was that? That flew into view. And it was something really small up close or something big far away. Almost looked like a crane fly or a mosquito. A predator. reptile predator. Do not like. Are these the giant dytiscids that kill snakes and stuff? Yeah, well, dytiscus and cybister are both pretty aggro creatures, man. I remember fishing one out in Dearborn in the Rose Garden Pond. I had a string with I think I tied a piece of a worm to the end of it, and I was able to get the dytiscus to grab onto it, and I popped it out of the water, and I was able to catch it like that. It was pretty fun. King Campy says, "Cheers, Kyle. I didn't bid, but the auction was entertaining. I got to call it a night. Unk out. Thoughts and prayers for your dry eyeballs. Thank you very much." All right, here's an X for the cybister adults. Again, fun pets. Dytiscus and cybister defensive aroma is an experience. Everybody should get to smell it at least once before they die. I don't remember what it smells like. I can't sit here and try to tell you about it because it's been so long. It's been 13 years since I've smelled their defensive secretions, but it was something. So you should have that experience. I just remember being intense and all over my hands and all over whatever I touched for a while, and it was very strong. So, okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. All right, CD Escape. So the winning bid of 12. All right, next we have, this is new. We have a tortoise beetle. We have a group of 5 Chelamorpha Cassidia from the Everglades, Florida, wild caught. These are the little ladybug looking dudes. Let's see if I can find a picture. Cassidia. It's not Cribraria, which I would like to work with again when I can manage to maintain a population. This is the Argus tortoise beetle. What do these even eat? Oh, another one of the billions of tortoise beetles that feeds on bindweeds and morning glories and sweet potatoes. Add it to the list. And what was this? This is the red spotted, the red color form. Where is that? Oh, my eyes. The red morph, yeah. Feed sweet potato leaf forever. That is all. All right, here's an X for the Chelamorpha. The care is that simple. If you can just provide infinite sweet potato leaves, even growing out of the potato, like the vine growing out of the potato, but the leaves, you can just provide that forever. You can keep breeding these. That's the key, though. That's the keystone. Is you have to have that much sweet potato leaf to continue doing that. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Captain H. Grow sweet potato. This really should not be that difficult. I know I'm being reductivist with this, but All right, we got 5. Where's the copy pasta for this other stuff? We got 5 Lithoceros coming up. Wild caught. 5 Lithoceros species, Ocala, Florida. I've seen people just grow the leaves in patio ponds. Yeah, that's all you have to do. All you have to do, I need to check with the collector to see if the locality is correct. Alan, that's the one that it says on the thing you sent me, so you should really tighten that up. But anyways, giant water bugs, everybody. The trouble is you always need some massive amounts. How do you keep these? No more pods? Damn it, man. I think people in Asia eat diving beetles. People say it smells like perfume. Oh, it smells like some sort of perfume, all right. I just remember being strong and chemical, and like there was a surfactant element to it that I think got all over my hands and made them feel weird or have like the smell stuck to them for a while. But I mean, a lot of those like perfumes, they take such a tiny amount of the smell and mix it with other stuff, like beaver castoreum. Like they take the castoreum or whatever, and they would incorporate it into perfumes with such a small amount because it's so concentrated. It smells good or something, you know. Good night, Jay Steverson. Good night. Here's an X for the Lophosaurus, giant water bugs. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Creepy's Critters with a winning bid of 20. All right. Let's do a group of... We're going to do some Everglades lubbers. I don't know what these ones are supposed to look like, but I would think that being Everglades ones, they're probably very similar to Loxahatchee, so they're probably orangish, or one of the orangish localities. So do keep that in mind. Romalia microptera, Everglades, Florida, starting bid of $1. Actually, Smuggler's image had the lubbers in it. I'm pretty sure that's the locality that they are, but you'd have to double check. Those look more basic-y to me, although there are some orangish ones in there. Those might be Everglades in that picture. Is that Pimelids? Yeah, it is. Has both yellow and red morphs. Thank you. Just Bear. Oh, is that a little police car in front of that? Police Bear? I like that. Dewey says, I don't imagine whale puke smells better either. Yeah. What was it? Spermaceti or whatever? They use that? Or am I thinking of pasta? All right, here's an X for the lubbers. If only we had a picture. We had more information. Who knows? I think they're adults as well. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To, let's see them control R. And it seems they are adults. To BG. BG is the winner. Smuggler has all the pictures here of stuff. Okay, we got that. Let's do another group of the tortoise beetles. We're going to do another group of the Cassidia tortoise beetles. I don't know how many freaking tortoise beetles can use the same family as a host, and not just the same family. They'll use the same species. You can find multiple species on the same plant. All right. We have another group of 5 Chelomorpha Cassidia, Everglades, Florida, starting bid $1, wild caught, and I believe they are adults. And we have just a couple more items up for grabs here. Tennyson says, checking out for the night. Have a good night, y'all. Good night, photo gallery bot. Pictures. Let's see, where's the red form of Cassidia? The little ladybug guys. Look at that little goblet. Pretty sure it was, these are the red form. Is what was noted here, is the red form. Might be very variable, though. All right. Here's an X for the Tortoise beetles. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To AMS 613 with a winning bid of 14. 14. Okay. We're gonna wait, is that the right number? Oh, it's a pair. Okay, 2. And recall, everybody, make sure you check in with bugs bound. There we go. All right, let's see. Next thing, we have the 2 Caracolus Marginella Coral Gables, Florida, starting bid of $1. The black maroon color morph. Starting bid of $1. Do we have a picture of these anywhere? These are the solid, like dark purple, and the edge of the foot, like the foot of the snail, has a border of orange on it. I really suspect it's a different species than Marginella, but currently it's all listed as Marginella. So if only we had some pictures. They're definitely worth more than $5. I can say that much. I think I should say. And I think we're going to wrap this up. We are just going to do 3 more things after this, just to round things out. Lizard B says, I forgot I can't pause a live video and have it not continue. No, they're not Kyle's, those creepy critters. All right, here's an X for the Coral Gables Caracolus. Going once. I would do at least 20 for them, at least. Going twice. Sold. To Creepies Critters with, as I had recommended, a bid of $20. Excellent. All right. 3 items left. We're going to do 3 items. We have one more group of the adult Florida lovers from the Everglades, and we're going to be fast. Kyle, there was a mistake with the name for the tortoise beetle. Ugh. I need that to be taken up with the seller. That's going to have to be worked out between whoever won the tortoise beetles and the seller, because apparently this was the wrong Latin name for them. I'm assuming that it was actually, now that I think about it, it was probably actually Cribraria, but we'll see. That's to be taken up with the seller. Ooh, that's a pretty one. Okay. Here's an X for the Everglades Romalia microptera. Here's an X for 10. I think they're all adults, and you saw the colors as shown in the previous pictures. Going once. Going twice. Sold. I'm control R-ing. I think it's BG for 15. Let's see. It's A&M. It's A and I hate the ampersand. A&M exotic. So the winning bid of 15. Good on you, mate. All right, our last 2 things. Let me get my little disclaimer up here. We have a group of 4, a different kind of giant water bug. Banacus, which I think is actually technically larger than Lithosaurus. Let me see if I can find a picture on iNat. My last ounce of effort for the evening. Banacus. It says Banacus griseus. We got any just showing off how much of a monster these guys are? Okay. Actually, how many other members are there in the genus Banacus? Just one? Monophyletic? Really? Oh, it's formerly considered a subgenus of Lithosaurus. Okay, well, that makes sense. Cool. Didn't know that. That's pretty neat. Learned something. I thought there were more species than just Griseus. All right. Here's an X for the Banacus griseus, which I think is larger than most North American Lithosaurus. I think they're larger than Lithosaurus. Maybe. All right, going once. You can correct bids. Remember, look up the how-to. Going twice. Sold. Sold to Taranchi with a winning bid of 11. I see that edit there. I will accept it this time, but remember we have a protocol listed in the rules for correcting these situations. All right, and our last thing, our last bugs abound item, whoops, is a final group of Caracolus marginella from Homestead, Florida. Bring it all home with a group of 10 big, nice, happy, healthy, standard banded caracoles from Homestead, Florida. No water bugs should be larger than Lithosaurus. In North America, I'm pretty sure those big Asian ones, Southeast Asian ones, are still genus Lithosaurus, which is just weird that North America has multiple Lithosaurus species, but then a Banacus that's like basically the same in every way. Does this collector live near Ocala? Were they collecting on a trip? They were on a trip, a collecting trip to find some other things. And there's stuff. This is how some folks pay for our trips, myself included. You collect a little extra, you put some things up, you collect some things you maybe didn't necessarily want or need, but you know. No water bug should be allowed to be larger than Lithosaurus. That's funny. I need so. All right. Here's an X for the Caracolus, our last item at the I Can't Believe It's Summer Sale. A nice big group of big, happy, I'd imagine all silver dollar size or larger Caracolus marginella with locality data. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To the final winner, which is BG with a winning bid of 32. All right, I'm at everyone. Bidding ends. Thank you. All right. There you have it. Yeah, I can't believe it. Summer auction has ended. Thank you all for participating. Be sure to send me your contact emails within the next 48 hours, and we will discuss when these beloved buggies will be going out. Lilto says, I hate you, Kyle. I hope you know. It's a love-hate relationship. All right, everybody. Take care. Enjoy the long days. Catch some cool wild bugs. and may your cultures ever be bountiful and not being cooked to death in a 96 degree plus room. Good night.